Good evening, everyone. Praise God. How's everyone this evening? Welcome to the May 27th City Council meeting. Please stand for invocation by Councilman Timmer.
All right. Jesus, thank you so much for your goodness. I pray for peace, the peace that surpasses all understanding and the peace that has the power to destroy chaos. And I pray this in your name, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Now pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on our agenda tonight. Yes, sir.
Quickly, can I make one adjustment to the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Can I add Dave Henderson to the public comments? He didn't sign up in time. He wanted to know if he could still make a comment.
Yes, you can.
Is that a motion?
Is
Yes,
that a
sir.
motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Yes. So I guess, can we do it by consensus, I guess? Or is that?
Can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. First item, tonight we honor the graduates of our 20th Citizen Academy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. Tonight we're recognizing the graduates of the 20th Annual Citizens Academy. To date, 438 citizens have participated in this program. For the past 12 weeks, this year's cohort of engaged citizens has learned firsthand about the wide range of local government services. They took in the view from the top of the water tower, climbed a ladder truck, tried out a few public works vehicles, experienced the Emergency Communications Center, all in all meeting with 29 departments and offices across the organization. I want to take a minute to recognize the Communications and Public Engagement staff, Jan Ramsey, Marisa Nanadovich, Shauna Kidd, Beth Sneed, and Lenora Noel, who have excellently stewarded the group this spring. I'm pleased to welcome the class's spokesperson, Sarah Blankenship, who will offer brief remarks. Then each participant will be presented a certificate. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, members of council. Thank you so much for having me this evening. It is my pleasure to speak on behalf of our class. I'm here to share the incredible experience with Lynchburg Citizens Academy, a remarkable program that offered invaluable insights into this city and a deeper appreciation for our community. When I first enrolled in Citizens Academy, I was excited but unsure of what to expect. And through this time, I had the privilege of connecting with dedicated and passionate city officials, all whom fostered an engaging and informative atmosphere. Each session opened my eyes to the various functions that keep our city thriving and safe. One of the highlights of our experience was the public works session. This session was not only informative, but incredibly inspiring. We had the opportunity to see firsthand the hard work that goes into maintaining our infrastructure. From learning the processes of the maintenance of our roads and public spaces, to participating in an exciting equipment derby, it became clear just how much effort and expertise is dedicated to ensuring our city runs smoothly. The hands-on demonstration and real-life examples help solidify our understanding of these important issues. I was especially impressed by the commitment of the staff to innovate and improve the services we often take for granted. What truly made the experience unforgettable was the deep camaraderie fostered within our group. Each classmate brought a unique perspective that not only enriched our discussions, but wove a tapestry of diverse thoughts and ideas. It was this shared journey, filled with laughter, support, and a common goal, that united us in our mission to make Lynchburg a better place. The bonds we formed went beyond mere friendship. They became a source of inspiration and motivation, transforming our aspirations in a beautiful reality. Being part of this program not only educated us about the inner workings of our city, but also inspired us to become more active participants in our community. I encourage everyone to consider how engaging in programs like Citizen Academy can strengthen our civic connection and foster a more informed and active citizenry. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to the city staff who support Citizens Academy and enable experiences like ours. Through open dialogue and mutual understanding, we can encourage collaboration and support within our community. It is through respect, and the consideration for differencing of opinions that we can achieve our shared goals, I urge you to continue investing in initiatives that promote civic engagement as they benefit our entire community. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to watching our beautiful city grow.
Okay, I will now have the pleasure of calling all of our graduates up to the podium to make your way, not to the podium, sorry, to the mayor. He will present you your certificate. If you want to hang out up here around the dais, we'll get one group picture at the very end. So first up, we have Sarah Blankenship. Rebecca Boyer Anderson. Chris Byerly. Stephanie Cox. Charmaine Davis. Kathleen Davis. Louise Dawson. Wendy DeJager is unable to attend tonight, but we congratulate her. Citizen Kurt Deemer. Carmela Dyke. Kimberly Dyke Harsley. Reese Hayes. Kim Hogan. Peg Hunt. Dave Hunt. Desmond Mosby. Jordan Nesbitt. Devore Pantner. Tawana Polk. Marianne Rayson. Nero Rasanagam. Patty Richardson. Suzanne Rodeman. Janelle Smith. Margie Vaughn is unable to attend, but if we can give her a round of applause nonetheless. And Evan Wingfield. Yeah. Guess we'll just hang out. We'll call for a voice vote for this.
Okay, you got this.
Thank you, thank you.
You're doing all the votes, right?
Yeah, yeah, in here, yeah. All right, everybody. Oh, no, they're staying.
If you check a book on that, will show up there. They also still have work session up.
Agenda, public hearing, public comment, and general business. The first section is consent agenda, includes routine items that can be approved with one vote.
May I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Second.
Pass.
I do have to do a voice vote. Not all members are able to join at this moment, so Councilmember Feraldi?
Yeah, but this is a particular night, we're gonna need to make sure that's all working.
Sir?
Yes.
Councilor Missions?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed?
Martin?
Councilmember Reed, your vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Timmer?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Deemer?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. The next section is public hearings. These are required by law or directed by council. Procedure. Staff will give a presentation. The public can give comments. Individuals will have 3 minutes to speak. If speaking for a group, you have 5 minutes. Group speakers must say which group they represent. Each group gets 1 spokesperson. Each speaker must say their name and their locality of residence. After public comments, the public hearing will close and the matter will rest with council. Agenda item number 5, consideration of adopting an ordinance rezoning 665, 667, 669 Leesville Road to allow the construction of townhomes. Ms. Rachel Fresheisen will provide a summary of the request.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. The purpose of this petition is to rezone approximately 4.6 acres from R1 low-density residential to R4C high-density residential conditional to allow the construction of 54 townhomes located at 665, 667, and 669 Leesville Road. Planning Commission recommended denial of this petition at their meeting on April 9th. Our future land use map recommends a medium-density residential use for majority of these properties where the proposed townhomes would be located. The other portion of the property adjoining Burton Creek is recommended for resource conservation. Medium-density residential areas are characterized by smaller lot, single-family detached housing, duplexes, and townhomes at densities of up to 12 units per acre. Our plan says that where neighborhoods already exist, infill development should be at a compatible density and housing type. The properties were annexed into the city in 1976. The existing R1 low-density residential zoning was established in 1978. If the petitions are approved, the property would be developed as a 54-unit townhome development with associated parking. An example photo of what the petitioner would like to construct is shown on this slide here. The voluntarily submitted proffers are also shown here. when this was presented at your business item briefing at your last meeting on May 13th. It included proffers number 1 and 3, which state that the site would be developed in substantial compliance with the layout shown here and that parking would exceed the number of units. Since then, just today, the petitioner decided to add proffer number 2, stating that the units would be for sale. Our zoning ordinance allows proffers to be submitted up until the city council public hearing, so that is included based on their submittal and for your consideration this evening. As I mentioned, Planning Commission recommended denial of this petition at their public hearing last month, citing concerns over traffic and the desire to preserve single-family zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the petitioner like to make a presentation?
Mayor Taylor, City Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to represent my client, Martin Ridge Homes LLC. I want to start by reading something first from Ecclesiastes 3, verse 1. There's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. Wow, what a time to be in the city of Lynchburg with the amazing growth we've seen the past 4 to 5 years. I was thinking about it on the way over here. Tomorrow will be my 41st year in my profession. I was blessed to get a job when I was 13 years old, a freshman in high school. And by no means did I ever realize the impact it would have on my life, becoming a licensed surveyor, getting a degree in engineering, and doing what I do as a profession. The Lord's truly blessed my wife and I during this time. This project, as you know, is one that got denied by Planning Commission. Coming into this meeting, I didn't really know how I wanted to present this project. Technically, everything about this project is exactly the way the city ordinance requires. We meet all the traffic count requirements, entrance requirements. There's been no argument by the technical design of this project. I'm at the mercy of the city council, how you would want to rezone this property or not. I want to point out the property to the west of us is currently zoned R4, and it does have townhomes on it that were built in 1982. The property to the east of us is also zoned R4. That could be developed under a by right development project, not even being brought to the city council. We can't argue that this property would be considered spot zoning because it wouldn't. We believe we have an opportunity to bring a tax value to this area that it doesn't have otherwise. The 4 homes that were built on this property were started in 1936. The last home was built in 1967, and they're very dilapidated. We want to improve this property and bring it to a very nice-looking project for the city and for those coming into the city of Lynchburg. As Rachel mentioned, this property was annexed in 1976 from Campbell County. And the zoning is fairly new there. If you really want to look at the math of it, I was 6 years old when that happened. I would really, and I'm here to answer any of your questions technically if you have them, but you know, we're going to extend sewer from the east side of our project to Leesville Road. It'll be a city sewer easement. Obviously, we're going to have to bring city water into our site. We're willing to do that. We're estimating this project to cost us right around $9 million to develop. That's $9 million that my client is willing to invest in the city of Lynchburg. One thing I want to point out about my client, they've purchased over 60 homes in the city of Lynchburg, flipped them, made them nice, and resold them. They're not new to the city of Lynchburg. They do great work. You're going to hear from some other folks tonight about the work they do and what they've been able to do for the city of Lynchburg. These folks, the young folks that are doing this work, are graduates of Liberty University, LCA, and they have started their construction company with their father. They're leaving a legacy for themselves and for their kids and for Lynchburg. I want to urge the city council to really consider this project. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this project technically, but I hope you will consider rezoning this property R4. Thank you.
Thank you. If we have any questions, we'll call you back.
Thank
you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this project?
My name is Dawson Martin. I'm with Martin Ridge Homes. I
I came here 5 years ago, went to Liberty University. I graduated 2 years ago. While I was in college, my family moved here, and as soon as they moved here is when we started our real estate company. And it's with me, my dad, and my 3 brothers. Like he mentioned, we've built and renovated nearly almost 100 homes in Lynchburg and have sold them. We employ a lot of different contractors and provide work for a lot of different people. We do great work, and we're just looking to bring some affordable housing to Lynchburg.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this project?
Hello, my name is Tim Bushnell. I'm a local realtor with Keller Williams, and I've worked with Martins. I actually ran into them because they were the only ones who had properties that my first-time home buyers could afford. They've brought a lot of affordable housing to Lynchburg already by bringing dilapidated houses up to date, and those clients are incredibly happy. I now work with Martins. We have the #1 team in Lynchburg, Acre Brothers Real Estate Team, #1 brokerage, Keller Williams, and we'll be backing them if the development goes through to make sure that all of these houses are up to par of what you would expect here in Lynchburg, and that we make sure we have affordable housing, because the hardest thing right now for anybody is to be able to afford real estate, because we've seen it go so much, especially brand new, really well done construction like these guys will do. So I really hope you guys will pass this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Bradley Shaner, and I've lived in Lynchburg my whole life. I was born in Lynchburg, raised here in Lynchburg, and currently my wife and I own a home in Lynchburg. And my family business, Shenandoah Tire, is also in Lynchburg City, and I also work at the hospital, Virginia Baptist, here as well. Also, my wife grew up off Leavesville Road, and her mother still lives off Leavesville Road. We have never had a problem with traffic in this area and experience much less traffic on Leavesville Road than really most other parts of the city. And as my wife and I are newly married as a couple, I know and understand the struggle of finding an affordable place to live and own in this city that is largely filled with rentals. And I also still have many friends, recent college graduates, who are still living at home with their parents because they cannot afford a home and do not want to waste money renting an apartment. I believe that this project would much fill a needed market of sale, affordable housing for young professionals, small families, and the elderly community. And so I ask, why not build these homes? I mean, this is a continually growing city, and we are talking 54 brand new townhomes in our city that will be at an affordable price for college students to combine and share a mortgage together, elderly adults who seek a quiet, relaxing area and not have to worry about lawn care, and starter homes for families looking for a new place. As a resident of Lynchburg who knows this area well and knows the need for this type of housing development, I strongly urge you to vote yes and approve this project. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this project, can you get in line, please?
Sorry to keep you waiting. My name is Adam. I'm a local real estate agent here in Lynchburg, and I'll be very brief. It's no surprise that Lynchburg is in a state of growth. There are many people relocating. I've seen firsthand. Businesses are growing, and the demand for housing is not going down. It's only going up, specifically in the affordable department. And approving this rezoning is creating opportunities for families to live, to work, and also to contribute to this community. So it's not just about building townhomes, it's about creating a strong and sustainable future Lynchburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition of this project? Is there any voicemails?
There are none.
You have 5 minutes to speak. The owner?
Mr. Mayor, there is no opposition, so
There's no opposition. Okay,
I'm here to answer any of your questions you might have about the project.
yeah. Ms. Reed?
So question would be then, first of all, I thought you did a wonderful job presenting.
Thank you.
And so the traffic concern, I didn't really hear anything about. So would you want to speak to that and how you address that, I guess, in your presentation or after the meeting?
Yes, working with the city traffic engineer, your city traffic engineer, we did what they call an ITE, which is trip generation calculation. And based on that, this development with 54 units is going to have a daily trip count of 361 cars. That's an AM peak traffic volume of 30 cars and a PM peak volume of 36 cars. And that's pretty marginal. From our standpoint, from a design standpoint, that's fairly easy to work with. One of the things we proposed right off the bat for this development was a right-in, right-out only entrance with a modified taper along the frontage. What this does is it still allows for a safety access in and out of the project. One of the things we recognized with North Street being right across from our development was that we did not want cars coming out of our development and trying to take a left and going west, or in this situation, south along Leesville Road towards Greenview Drive, and causing any type of issue in front of North Street. So we designed this entrance to be the safest entrance you could put in. Virginia Department of Transportation has always liked us putting in a right-in, right-out only pork chop style entrance because it is designed as the safest entrance in the state. Typically, we do those only if we think we're going to have a big fight with VDOT. And that's because VDOT recognizes how safe they can be for those leaving and entering the site. We believe we've designed an entrance that'll work. We believe working with Lee Newland and working with the traffic engineer that we will make this a safe access into Leesville Road.
Okay. So, one of the things I'll say is, and I'm sure the realtors in the room and developers in this room will agree with, is that we are obviously, we have limited land left to develop here in the city. We've heard from citizens quite a bit that aren't thrilled about multifamily, but typically more growth in the apartment arena, and that their support is more for homes that can be owned, and this hits that mark because townhomes can be owned. Also, there's been research that shows kind of the modern day homeowner is more seeking townhome and patio style homes. We just approved several communities that are like that. And so I think based on your presentation and the number of homes and the price point is about $275,000.
Well, yes, we actually discussed that. It's more down in the 270,000 range. So what we recognize is this: the average rent for a 2 to 3 bedroom apartment in the city of Lynchburg that is worth any count is around $1,400 a month. Right now, if you do a 2 to 3 bedroom townhome at $270,000, the beginning mortgage before taxes before insurance is around $1,600. So when you have a price point in that range, that's going to match what we're trying to accomplish from affordability standpoint. Obviously, you know, the market's going to dictate what gets sold and how, but at the same time, we believe and know that we can build these townhouses and sell them for $270,000.
Yeah, so I think, you know, with all that said, I don't, and no one speaking against it, I support, you know, what you're doing, and I would make a motion that we approve it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Deemer?
First off, thank you for, thank the developer for being willing to do this. I think that's a major commitment of time, money, and in your life to do this, and I appreciate people willing to do it. Entrepreneurs are wonderful people. Home ownership, I've spoken loudly that I believe in home ownership, and the ability to have generational wealth passed from one generation to the other is a beautiful thing. People really benefit from. I do have some particular concerns about this. I am the representative of Ward 3, just to be fully disclosed, and in talking to my neighbors throughout the campaign last fall, the one thing I heard pretty regularly, other than keep our taxes low, is we've got way too many apartments and townhouses and developments going on out here, and we really need to slow it down a little while. I heard them loud and clear. I've heard them since then. They may not be here tonight, but I am here to make sure I represent them the way I believe I should. And they, 201, I haven't heard anybody in support of this particular. I was hoping I would hear from the developer. I didn't.
Actually, those young men that came up,
That's who that is?
they are the developers.
Okay,
And I want to
awesome.
point out, the young man that didn't speak is 19 years old.
Yeah.
He's achieved his Class A contractor's license, and he's 19 years old. And he's an amazing young man, and all four of the brothers, if y'all would stand up, Carl, this is the family that owns this company.
Gotcha.
And Carl is the lead, but he's got four amazing sons who are going to be working on this project with him. And, you know, I think it's imperative to recognize the trade that young man was able to get his contractor's license in. A Class A contractor's license at 19 is phenomenal. It says a lot for his dad and a lot about the education he got. So,
I appreciate that.
but
Really do.
thank you, Kurt, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I love a family business as well, so that's great. One of the big concerns I have is the Planning Commission's unanimous vote against this development. Did they express anything other than traffic, or was it mostly traffic concern, or is there anybody that,
Well, I've got a list.
okay, what was their concerns?
Chuck Gammon, who's representative of the city, but said, City Council relatively recently has admonished us, and this is a quote, to not rezone R1 to higher density because we just don't have enough space. Council has asked us not to rezone the limited amount of R1 that we have. That was the only reason he gave.
Okay.
Commissioner Mark said, needed more information, did not know what R4 zoning was. That was his reasoning. Dave Henderson, Mr. Henderson, we have had quite a few people come to the commission asking for more affordable housing. And $600,000 homes, there are not as many people looking for that. Those were comments these guys made before they voted. Commissioner Rogers, I think the infrastructure is there and I'm supportive of utilizing the infrastructure. I spoke with a council member earlier, and this road, I don't know who he spoke to. Leesville Road has less traffic than Rivermont, so it's not a heavily traveled road. That was a quote right from him during Planning Commission. This is not a high-density project compared to having a 7-story apartment building. That's true. Mr. Woodson voted no because it's across the street from his house. That was his reason. David Pruitt voted no because of traffic and safety concerns and protecting R1 zone properties. You know, I've been doing this.
It wasn't unanimous. Mr. Henderson voted for.
Mr. Henderson did vote for it.
Okay.
He's here tonight. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and I'm not gonna lie to you, Mr. Dimmer. And my office will tell you this. I've got 12 inside office staff. All day today, I've sat at my office and prayed about this project because I believed in it. I believed in it when Carl came to me and asked me to represent him. I told him there was a slim chance of getting approval because of this city council. I've never worked in such a time of disarray in the city council. And I respect y'all's positions. I personally am running for Board of Supervisors for Campbell County this year. I'm getting on the ballot because I believe in giving back to my community. I live in Rushburg. And one of the things I hope and I pray, the Lord guides my service every day to these people that I'm gonna work for. And I recognize y'all have a job to do for your constituents. But at the same time, you've got to also look at what's best for the entire city. And that's one of the things that I'm going to try to do when I become a board member.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I have a motion on the floor to accept the
I haven't finished my
do we have-
remarks. He was answering my questions. Can I finish my remarks?
Yes, sir.
But there was a motion on the floor, and it needed to be second.
There's no second, and
I'll second.
we needed to have speeches for and against, and I'm speaking against.
Matt,
heard Dr. Wilder it was a quiet second, but he did second it before the vice mayor had begun speaking.
Yes.
But just for the record, it was seconded.
yes.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we do not support this particular project.
Do I have a second? Good.
Is it a substitute motion to deny it? Is that what it is?
A substitute motion to table it.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I need clarity on what we're doing.
Matt?
Hang on a second.
It sounds like
Well, because Mayor, I heard that we don't support the project and that we're gonna table it, and those are two different things. And if I really wanted to be anal for my friend,
The motion
I
is
could vote to not
tabled.
support something, but it doesn't mean we're not gonna approve it.
can you withdraw that for a second? Because I want to have some discussion with this guy.
Yeah, I just want to have discussion. I don't want to be.
That's what I want to do.
Can he withdraw the motion?
he can.
Withdraw
Yeah,
the
I'll
motion.
withdraw the motion.
And Dr. Wilder needs to speak for a second.
And Dr. Wilder needs to speak to a second before.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to say we needed a second, but I did second it. So-
Somebody please turn the mics up. It's like you're all whispering up a bunch. Can't yell out.
Okay. Okay.
Too far away.
Mayor,
from the
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor. This particular individual has shouted out at multiple meetings.
Okay.
I'm gonna respectfully ask that that not occur again.
The mics aren't working.
We will adjust the mics, okay? Calm down, calm down.
This happens every meeting, sir.
No comment.
Okay, all right, thank you. I do second the motion. You know, I had some concerns about the traffic. I did have concerns about that. I think you have addressed that. We were in a meeting earlier today, and they mentioned that Liberty's graduation had 30-some thousand students that graduated. And they're definitely looking for affordable housing. Our city is growing, and we need to make sure that those students and other persons need a place to live that is affordable. The average rate is about 270, which is somewhat of the kind of normal range in our community right now, because the city has grown so much, because people do want to come here. So when people want to come to Lynchburg, we need to make sure we have some places for them. Now, I'm not really in favor of apartments, so at least these are townhouses that a person can own. So I'm much more in favor of townhomes versus apartments. So that's why I'm seconding the motion, and I approve the project. Thank you.
Ms. Tillman? Mr. Missions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. First one is, I'm looking at this, it looks like you're at 11.7 units per acre. Does that sound right? 12.7, okay. And then I think is it like 10.9 is the max for R3, is that right?
It's like 10.8.
10.8, 10.9. Is there a reason we didn't pursue R3C with the conditional use permit? I'm curious about that.
They would be above the R3 cap of 10.89 units per acre.
And they
since
wouldn't be
they're-
able to,
Right. Yeah.
So if we we discussed removing 4 units from this project. Taking
many?
Four.
4?
That would take us to 50 units instead of 54. Under the design cost and what it takes to build these projects, my client would not have available if he removes 4 units. He would lose that availability to be able to build a better product. And understand why I say it that way. We're looking at almost $9 million to develop this piece of property. And at $270,000 per unit, that's just a little over $14 million generated from the sale of these projects, from this project. It's going to take at least $9 million to build it. And then he's going to have to pay for contractors to come in. Now, I'm talking about road, water, sewer, curb and gutter, sidewalk, entrance. We're looking at a substantial amount of money just to get those infrastructures in. So to lose 4 units and talking with staff about this, we felt like it wasn't necessary to drop us down to the 11.78 units per acre. Now understand, under R4 regulations, you do an apartment complex, you can get 21 units per acre under R4 if we were doing an apartment. That's not what my client wants to do. He wants a for-sale development, and that's what this affords him.
Because I think that's my biggest concern is, it's not the project, it's the rezoning, right? Because once we rezone that to R4C, then the sky's the limit. So the proffers that were offered, if I got this correct, that the site will be developed in substantial compliance with the site plan as submitted?
Yes.
Is that right? And that parking will exceed requirements for the number of units shown. Do you know how many parking spaces per unit you guys are going to have for this?
We've actually exceeded the number of parking spaces needed for this development. Right now, we have 1 space per unit, which equals 54 spaces required, and we're providing 74 spaces.
Because
I want to point something out.
I'm looking at it. Go ahead.
I want to point something out.
Point it out, please.
I'm doing another development. It's a by right development on Riverside Drive. It's a cluster development unit development. We're going to end up with 28 lots on it. And it's a 600-foot long road with a cul-de-sac. And what folks don't recognize or understand about development costs, it's going to cost my client over $2.5 million just to put the road in. Okay? And then he's going to have 28 houses that he's got to build and sell and be able to afford to put in that infrastructure. Now, he's going to have over 2,300 linear feet of sewer to put in just to provide sewer for those homes. So his homes are going to market between $390,000 to $600,000 to be able to afford just to build 600 feet of road. And understand, this is going to have longer roads. This is going to have more connectivity to meet, fire apparatus. We got to drive through availability for the fire trucks. So there's more pavement, there's more curb and gutter, there's more sidewalk on this development than there would be for that $7.5 to $8 million project going on in Riverside Drive. So when we talk about putting in townhomes and you worry about going from R1 to R4, the R4 affords my client to be able to build in the city of Lynchburg and not have to worry about building a $600,000 home that many folks in this city can't afford. I looked up some stats. Right now, the city of Lynchburg is 7.7% lower on their home cost than most cities in the state of Virginia. Okay? The median income in the city of Lynchburg is $56,000 a year. That's pretty low. But at the same time, we're trying to figure out how to afford folks the ability to buy their own home and live in it. I have a nephew. He's 43 years old, got 2 children. His first home was a townhouse in Cornerstone. It's in the city of Lynchburg. He purchased that home because he couldn't afford anything else. At the time, 16 years ago, I think they paid $230,000 for that townhouse. He has since sold it and moved into another home for a lot more money because he's a young professional, he's a licensed surveyor like myself, and he's able to afford that because of time, progression in his profession. I urge this city council to recognize we have an amazing opportunity to provide affordable homes for young professionals, retirees, and those that need to be able to afford an affordable house. And I think this development provides that. And I recognize that you're worried about going from R1 to R4, but I can tell you, based on the way the lay of this land is, And we're not talking about a ton of acreage here. Now, if this was a 35-acre property that was R1, I'd have a different attitude. It's not. We're looking at 5 acres. 5 acres of R1 that we're trying to rezone to R4. And to develop it the way you would want it to be for the homes they want, you can't get the houses in it. You can't get the numbers to work for the number of houses you would have to build and charge to build the infrastructure. Can't do it.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm looking at this, I mean, from, I live right there. This is basically my backyard.
I understand.
Right? And the density, you're very, very close to that R3. Thank you for explaining why you didn't pursue the R3C. That was one of the questions that I had, because we're going from R4 on one side of Burton Creek. Would have been nice to be able to see a step down to R3 before it goes to R1. I noticed that there wasn't a lot of participation really in the meeting, I guess, when you guys did the public meeting. The sign-up sheet just looked like it had 2 people on it.
It was myself and Jacob, my project manager.
So that's kind of an indication there. There's a ton of density over there. Leesville Road can handle a little more than some of the other roads on that side of town. There is that factor. But I'll reserve any other comments I have for later, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Misery.
Ms. Reed?
I just want to remind everybody on council about consistency as I'm listening to some of these comments. No, I'm just trying to take a deep breath and think through my comments, just because it's important as our citizens are listening and the representatives for our developers and so forth, that our constituents' voices do matter, absolutely, whether they're here or not. But we had 300 citizens speak out not too long ago, very, passionately against a development, and their voices were not heard. So tonight, there could be people here speaking against this, and they're not. So I respect the fact that there's a council person here who's speaking on behalf of his citizens and constituents in his ward, but they're not here. And then the reasons that the Planning Commission voted against this that you just read were not, while I respect their votes, weren't significant in their rationale. They were questionable. Not that I'm challenging them, I'm just saying they weren't really so much against the safety like we've had concerns about others. That particular development I'm talking about that we passed anyway doubled the traffic pattern on that road that was in question. That was significant. So I just think we have to be consistent in why we say yes, we're going to rezone something, or no, why we're going to pass a development or not. Is traffic a concern when we double cars by the thousands or by 30? When we say it's okay to do multifamily in one part of the city, when hundreds of citizens are against it, or in one part of the city when no one shows up to speak against it? Which citizens matter? So it's important to remember that we have to be consistent in what we're looking at. As an at-large representative, I listen to and have to consider all the citizens and weigh it all. But in these votes, we have to weigh it all too. So I just want to remind everybody, as we're considering this, we have to look at all those things too.
Thank you. Mr. Dean.
Just to finish my comments, this really has almost nothing to do with your development. It really has, so you shouldn't take this too badly. This has everything to do with the fact that I have to be consistent in how I represent my people. And when they ask me and they talk to me, I'm going to try to be consistent. And what I've been consistent on is traffic and safety. And this particular development will be, I think, number 8 on Leesville Road. And that includes recently completed, currently under construction, and planned. 8 on one road. And I love development. I love people who are entrepreneurs. But I can tell you, we have no idea at this point in time what those 8 developments will do to our traffic. We haven't had any chance to even evaluate that because it's all, some of them haven't even been built. We got a large hospital project going on there. We're talking significant amount of traffic that's about to come onto my road. Now, there used to be a time in the city when a representative of a ward would speak out against a project in his ward, and there was a deference toward that representative to, hey, you basically, that's your ward, those are your people, we'll defer if you don't want that in your ward. I think that's long gone, I understand. But this project is, I'm evaluating it on its own, not on previous projects, not on what may or may not have happened in previous votes. This project, I'm evaluating the same way I've evaluated every project since I came on, by its actual merits. And traffic safety is a reason that I've found to vote against other projects. People who gave heavily to my campaign, I voted against those projects. And I have to do what's best for Ward 3. And that's why I'm going to do it. I would graciously ask my fellow councilmen to vote their conscience and consider, my wishes and the wishes of the people of Ward 3. Because 8 projects on one road in one area, we have no idea what that's going to do long term. And I basically said, until we can figure out what we've done and how it's going to impact things, I'm kind of at a standstill. I don't want to put a whole lot more over there. And unfortunately, you're the next thing that came along, and it really had nothing to do with you. But the previous councilman that represented this ward had stated similar things, and philosophically, I find myself in agreement with him. We need to make sure before we throw another thing on Leesville Road that we know what the results are of what we've already done. So that's why I'm opposing it as, please don't take it personally.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple follow-up questions. Looking at the site plan, stormwater.
Yes.
I guess this might be even for Rachel, or the stormwater, whatever the stormwater management plan you've got there is, because you got the Burton Creek running right through the back of this thing.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk to me and explain that to me and make me feel comfortable about why it's adequate? Because
So what's
I
going to
see that thing
absolutely
flow behind my house, and
yes.
I know what it can do and what it has done, and I want to understand what it will continue to do when storms occur.
Understand. Our development is going to be several hundred feet away from Burton Creek. I know it doesn't look like this on this drawing, and the scale doesn't look well to you. However, working with Ben Frith, your own stormwater manager, we will work with and design a stormwater system that will control all water coming off of our site. Obviously, we've got to meet the DEQ guidelines for an MS4 entity, which is what the city of Lynchburg is. And we will design that part of the project to meet or exceed. And most of the time, we design them to exceed the requirements for the stormwater for the city of Lynchburg. And we've got a fairly large area that we'll be able to work in that's outside the flood zone, between our drive lane and the flood zone for a stormwater pond. And we will have to channel that water to that pond and release it at a rate that's better than or less than what is there now. We have to meet the post-development rate as guidelined from the state, from DEQ, and by the city of Lynchburg.
And then the last question I have, I'm looking at this just to make sure I'm seeing this right. So we're doing a per spec 6-foot sidewalk on Leesville Road, is that correct?
That's per city ordinance, yes.
On the
We're dedicating right-of-way along Leesville Road to the city of Lynchburg to put in that sidewalk.
okay, and then, because the thing that's interesting about Leesville Road that is probably not common knowledge, but you probably know, is that there's the lines end at the curb.
That's right.
Where a lot of other city streets, we own that property in the right of way off the curb. So that's interesting, because what it really has done is it has limited our ability to, one, install sidewalks on Leesville Road, because we don't own the real estate to do it. We don't own that 6 feet. And second, it also kind of hampers our ability to expand Leesville Road if we ever needed to put a center lane in, because we don't own the real estate to expand the road one way or the other. We'd have to acquire a lot of real estate to do that. So what's the setback? I'm trying to read it here, but there's a lot. What's the setback from Leesville Road to the buildings?
The first building, I don't remember the exact dimension. I know we can get away with a 30-foot setback from the right-of-way, but we are much further than that. I think we're like 53 feet or 54 feet off. Our drive lane is 24 feet wide coming. We're putting in a typical 30-foot entrance, so we're coming off 30 foot, and then we're coming around a 24-foot drive lane between us and Leesville Road, and we also have room for a storm water detention area between our drive lane and Leesville Road to control any water that might go into Leesville Road. So it's a pretty good distance.
I think that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Timmer?
Thank you. Greatly appreciate your time going through all of this and answering some of the weed questions. I just quickly want to speak to my vote, and I'm actually going to speak against myself for a moment, because the for sale proffer is a very big thing for me. Affordable housing in the city of Lynchburg, the ability to purchase your own home and to move forward in that with this current economy is huge. And it's been a driving force for me as I've considered things on council. I had a lot of concerns, especially coming off the, my mind's going blank at the moment. That's very embarrassing. But the commission's votes with the 6 and then the 1 absentee, and Mr. Henderson is saying that he voted for it. It wasn't reflected in the records that I read, so that's great. I was confused by that, but that gave me pause. So I appreciate your addressing that. In addition to that, I do have concern about the number of projects currently on Leesville Road. I think that corridor is getting tricky and crowded, and I respect Mr. Deemer's, Vice Mayor Deemer's insight and concern for the congestion that is creating, especially in proximity to certain intersections. I think that is really difficult to navigate from a development perspective. But again, I appreciate the information you brought forward regarding traffic and the actions that you have taken in response to that. And again, I will say that the for sale proffer is a very big deal for me. Having home ownership in this city, and I know especially just as a millennial with my generation, I bought the fixer-upper. I don't think I will do it again. And there's a lot of value to having quality, new build housing inventory in that portion of the market. And I think that's required for sustainability for our market moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public, Mr. Ferrari?
I have 2 things to say. One's a request. Ayes, Cox, Gammon, Peralt, Rogers, Woodson. Noes, Henderson. Absent, Young, Jefferson. So it is in the documents that was the vote. Oh, thank you. I would request we vote on this, because we've been debating this for, I think, a good 30, 40 minutes, and we've got some other stuff to do. So I say let's vote.
Quickly.
Was it proffered that these are supposed to be for sale?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Because that is not listed in the ordinance that's,
We submitted that proffer today, sir.
so,
That proffer came in today at around 2 o'clock. We submitted it to Rachel. And the only reason why we delayed on that is because I was out of town on a ministry event last week, and I did not get it into the city until today.
but the point that I'm getting at is the ordinance that's uploaded into the system does not currently have that proffer, so I just want to make sure
A friendly amendment to the motion.
to amend your motion.
Yes.
He doesn't need to. He submitted the proffer on time. What we would adopt would be the package. Is that correct, Rachel?
I'm reading the ordinance that's in the packet.
I know it wasn't submitted because he submitted it at 3 o'clock.
Right, since that is currently part of the petition, I think if council is accepting the petitions, the petition as presented, then it would be included. If you want to be double sure, you could specifically say that you'll adopt the for sale, or you're making the motion for the for sale proffer as well.
Mr. Mayor, I still have the floor. I just wanted to check, Mr. City Attorney, do we need to amend this motion, or are we covered on the for sale proffer?
I would suggest, at least for purposes of the record, and you all could do this by consensus, doesn't have to be a big formal thing. I think if you all agree that the adoption of the ordinance will now include number 1, number 2, and number 3 as it relates to the for sale, you all can proceed if that's something you can do by consensus.
Would you accept that?
Do we have a motion? Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. So much.
End of discussion. Let us please vote.
Yes, sir, you're seeing the vote now. The motion passes 6-1. Continuation of a public hearing to receive citizen input regarding appointments or reappointments to vacancies that will exist June 30th, 2025 in School Board Districts 1, 2, and 3.
Ms. Finney will walk us through this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Due to a recent announcement of an upcoming vacancy, again, this is in District 2, you'll have 1 appointment in District 1, 2 in District 2, and 1 in District 3. State code states that any names must be read into the record of a public hearing in order to be considered for appointment. So I'll read those into the record now. Yes. District 1 is Dr. Karen Warren, Patrick Earl, Selena Morgan, Taryn Johnson, Dr. Laura Morrison-Hussein, Dr. Tony Rouse, Marcus Bush, Nigel Aline, Lisa Giganto, Deborah Tretzker. In District 2, there's Diane Silliman, Earl Kennedy, Paula Mills, Rodney Hubbard, Jabri Poe, Jack Collins, April Watson, Karen Storer, Ronald Storer, Todd Williams, Dr. Harvey Clam, Mike Barron, and Sharon Simpson. In District 3, there's Taramina Howard, Tiana Wilson, Dr. Brenda Farmer, Corey Thomas, Gloria Preston, and Jackie Randolph. First, a little housekeeping. The floor will be open for candidates who would like to speak. This is for anybody who was not able to make the May 13th meeting. This is your opportunity to speak. You have 3 minutes. Please restate your district. And I believe we'll go by district as well. That's what we did last time. Then, after all candidates have had a chance to speak, the mayor will open the floor to any citizens at large who would like to speak on any of the candidates on their behalf. So with that, Mr. Mayor, you're ready to open the floor.
Ms. Palmer? Ward 1?
District 1. Yeah.
Well, this District 1.
Candidates in District 1.
Candidates for District 1.
Yeah. Ms. Tretzker.
Hello, I don't know if you got my resume or not. I can hand it up to you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Thank you so much.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Deborah Trevsker, and I stand before you as a resident of District 1 and a lifelong educator with 50 years of experience teaching pre-K to community college in private, public, and homeschool settings, both in the United States and in China. As a mother of 6 and a grandmother of 17, and as a Christian who loves this city and its people, I'm here to seek your appointment to the school board because the parents and children of Lynchburg deserve better. Lynchburg city schools are in crisis. 30% of our parents opt to send their children elsewhere. Our best elementary school has a pass rate in the literacy SOL of just 65%, while our worst elementary school languishes at 45%. In math, it is even worse. We face a 12.3 teacher vacancy rate, the highest of any school district in Virginia. Our system is so desperate that we're using ungraduated Liberty students to fill classroom teaching positions. This is not acceptable. LCS cannot do business as usual. Lynchburg deserves better. As Benjamin Franklin said when our Constitutional Convention was mired in controversy and risking failure, if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without the Father's notice, is it probable that an empire or a school system can rise without his aid? To turn our schools around, we must first acknowledge our failures and seek wisdom from God, who gives generously to all who ask. And we must seek out what's worked for other school systems. Mississippi, for example, the poorest state in the nation, went from being the 49th state in literacy to the first in just a few years. How? They prioritized literacy, set standards, and followed through. If appointed, I will champion a back-to-basics approach. We can prioritize literacy, math, love and appreciation for our country, and wise character built on respect and accountability, the importance of family and marriage, and a strong work ethic. We can focus on early grade literacy, retaining third graders who cannot read until they can read, like Mississippi did. We can set and enforce behavior standards. For example, as LCS bans cell phones, yet reports show abundant usage during the day at EC Glass. Unenforced rules create contempt for teachers and principals. We can hire a superintendent who shares our vision for excellence. We can pay our teachers well and implement a curriculum that supports family and faith, not undermines them. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from District 1? District 1? District 2?
Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Deemer, distinguished City Council members, everyone assembled here and online, good evening. My name is Sharon Simpson, and I'm delighted to place my application in the pool for a seat on the Lynchburg School Board. I spent my first 10 years here teaching in Lynchburg at Dunbar with great administrators and teachers. One teacher who became my mentor and friend is Dot Swain, who helped me get a deep understanding of our community's needs and values. My career then took me to Baltimore, Maryland, where I further honed my skills in teaching. My supervisors encouraged me to apply for cohorts towards becoming an administrator. After many trainings, I began a new role as assistant principal of Rogers Forge Elementary School in Baltimore, a blue ribbon school. In summer of 1999, I accepted a role of education coordinator. Dr. Edna O'Connor, director of education for maximum security prison for adjudicated youth in Laurel, Maryland, asked me if I would be willing to leave Baltimore and help her at Oak Hill's School of Education, which was under receivership. With millions of funds and capital, Dr. O'Connor and I, along with administrators and teachers, brought the school out of receivership and into compliance within the 3 years of the 5 allotted. In 2005, I moved to the District of Columbia Public Schools, where I served as assistant principal of Anacostia High School and principal of Randall Highlands Elementary School, all in Southeast DC. If appointed to the Lynchburg School Board, I would bring a collaborative and innovative approach to addressing the challenges and opportunities within our educational system, including fiscal responsibility and being prudent with our taxpayers' dollars. I would advocate for initiatives using data-driven results, focus on curriculum development, professional development, and the continuous integration of technology in our classrooms to ensure that our students will be well prepared for the future. Additionally, I will work to strengthen community engagement by facilitating open communication and collaboration among stakeholders, ensuring that parents and community members have a voice in the educational decisions. By leveraging my background and understanding of local needs, I aim to contribute a vibrant and supportive educational environment that empowers every student to succeed. I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to hearing from you with great anticipation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from District 2?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Taylor, and good evening, Honorable Kirk Deemer, and good evening to the Honorable City Council. I'm Rodney Hubbard Sr., and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a proud resident of Ward 2, representing District 2. I'm not just a candidate, I'm a product of this great city. I was raised in the heart of Lynchburg on Harrison Street. I attended Pomeroy Elementary, Lincoln Middle School, and I graduated from E.C. Glass High School, a member of the 1988 state championship team, football team, now honored in the E.C. Glass Hall of Fame. I stand before you today because I believe in the promise of Lynchburg. I believe our schools can once again be a beacon of hope, pride, and excellence. I'm running for school board because I want to restore what made us great. Strong values, real discipline, deep respect, joy in learning, love in every hallway. I want to help create schools where students are excited to show up, where they feel safe, seen, and supported. Let's bring back after-school programs beyond 12th grade and trade electives that prepare students for real opportunities. Let's bring back the Friday night lights, those unforgettable nights where the entire city shows up in unity to support our kids. A night where our police officers can stand down, not because of absence, but because of community presence. A night where the only sound in the city is cheering. Because when we have great schools with great education, we see crime go down. We see hope go up. Education is one of the greatest forms of crime prevention we can invest in. But to get there, we must invest in our teachers too. I'll support raises that reflect today's economy and will fight for reward educators who lead our students to excellence. When our teachers rise, our students rise with them. Let's also move forward with innovation, bringing in tools like AI to empower learning, personalized teaching, and build future-ready classrooms. If elected, I'll work relentless to help Lynchburg City School earn the Board of Education Highest Achievement Award, the Continuous Improvement Award for academic excellence, recognition for graduation equity and students. But more than awards, I want to build a school system that radiates love, honor, pride, and purpose, where students are rewarded for good behavior, where every child believes they belong, and where families feel embraced by the system that serves them. Because we must invest in our children, protect our children, believe in our children, and above all, love our children. I never imagined I would be here asking to serve, but I'm here with open hands, humble heart, and deep passion to lead. If elected, I promise to lead with honesty, integrity, compassion, and courage. Thank you. May God bless our children, our teachers, and our elders in the beautiful city of Lynchburg.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and our City Council members. My name is Karen Darden, Karen Darden Storer. I am from District 2, and I am running for a seat on the school board. Now, I moved to Virginia, moved to Lynchburg in 2005 to go to Liberty, and I'm a registered nurse. I was working at Central. You know, education is very important to me, And I've been concerned about what I'm hearing about our children here in Lynchburg and, the whole country. So at 17, I started nursing school, and 25 years, I put everything on hold so I can raise my own children. Homeschooling 3 children, 3 grades. We were a military family, and we moved often, even overseas. And so the kids had some level of stability, knowing who their teacher would be every year, from year to year. So also during this time, I was deeply involved in education, homeschooling the kids, and, teaching at Department of Dependent Schools in Germany as a long-term substitute teacher for sciences that they could not find teachers for. Other things too. I was always in education, Sunday school teacher, Bible studies. So once I arrived here, I was working continuously in the field of nursing, but I never forgot the education part. Even with that Christian school that I pioneered and was the principal of in Kansas, I had to make major decisions on buildings and codes and inspections, hiring staff, teachers, budgets, all the things that goes into running schools. So I just want to say that schools are very important to me, and I would love to have a chance to work collaboratively with the stakeholders in this community, with the board. Everyone has their opinions sometimes, but we have to learn how to work together and overcome those barriers and hindrances to implementing those programs and that we know work. So, thank you very much.
Anyone else from District 2? District 2. Anyone from District 3?
Yes, indeed. Good evening,
Ms. Farmer?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Dr. Brenda Farmer. I was born and raised here. I am a professional volunteer for the community. On a personal note, during the transition of my only brother, I had time to have a lot of silent moments and think about my application for the Lynchburg City School Board, Ward 3, and how my passion for our youth is embedded in me. Being a Sunday school teacher and Vacation Bible School leader for 32 years at Court Street Baptist Church, I've been privileged to work with a lot of personalities and families. One thing they taught me is listening and to silence my tongue. Some of them are still in touch with me today. I would like to be considered to be a part of the LCS team to find an alternative solution to our youth bad behavior and truancy situation. There must be another way other than sending them home to eat up everything in the house, play Xbox on the phone, pluck their neighbor's nerve. Our youth need a chance to be the best they can be. My vision is to reach, report, restore, and refurbish our troubled youth. Their emotional, spirit, and physical needs to be investigated. We need to offer activities and opportunities to help them. A good education is a way for youth to have a chance to give back to society. They should have the right to a good education if they desire. And being suspended is not working. It is not for every youth, but we are to pick and choose who get it. As an advocate for the youth, I will continue to ensure every child in Lynchburg have a good education, an education foundation for a strong future. Today, our youth are the future leaders, teachers, doctors, lawyers, nurses, and the enterprise. We owe it to our children to let them know their mistakes do not define them. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to share my vision and goal for our youth here in Lynchburg. Putting a plug in for my God, I would like to remind you of the pledge that we do every council meeting. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our youth falls in that category. All of them. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from District 3?
Hello, everyone. I am Tori Howard. I live in Ward 2. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, to all of council, and everyone out here. I hope that you all have received my email from 2 weeks ago outlining some of my background and a little bit of my vision. So along with tonight's proposal, please consider me for appointment to school board. Okay, District 3, if appointed, the board and I will ensure our budget reflects the district's top priorities. Every dollar will be treated like a seed, first supporting the classrooms, the supplies, the teacher development, addressing building repairs, technology upgrades, after-school programs, special education, and mental health services. By reviewing clear financial updates and inviting teachers and parents into the classrooms and into the discussions, we can spot any overspending and direct funds to programs that most directly boost student success. As we work on policy, our aim will be to create rules that are easy to understand and truly helpful to them. Before adopting any new approach, we will invite teachers, families, and most importantly, the students to share their ideas. We'll use real data, which is the attendance, test scores, classroom feedback to guide our choices. If a policy falls short, we will revisit it together and adjust it until it is for its purpose intended. Teachers are at the heart of our schools, and it's our shared duty to support them. By pursuing grants and partnerships, we can bring extra resources into the classrooms, collaborating and celebrating educators' achievements, and offering ongoing training. This will reinforce their vital role and boost morale across the district. True leadership begins with listening. I'm here to listen. If chosen, I will join my fellow board members in visiting schools, spending time in the classrooms, and talking one-on-one with the teachers, staff, and the students, our prized possessions. Those firsthand insights will shape our decisions and keep our focus on the real needs of learners and mentors. Thank you for considering my proposal, all of you, and for your dedication to our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for District 3? Is there anyone who would like to speak that's at large? No?
Good evening again. I'm standing here before you to express my wholehearted support for Mike Barron as a member of Lynchburg City School Board. I have the pleasure of getting to know Mike through meaningful experiences that have left a very lasting impression on me. As the executive director of Pierce Street Gateway, I met Mike during a school field trip, a local nonprofit that is at the heart of the community. Mike stepped out and stood up for those students. Surrounded by the vibrant energy of children exploring nature, learning about plants, and engaging in hands-on activities, I witnessed firsthand the kind of dedication and enthusiasm Mike not only brings as a parent, but also as a community member. He was there, fully engaged, encouraging the children to ask questions, explore their environment, and develop a sense of wonder about the world around them. He also took the time to forge a lasting connection between the nonprofit and his own small business in downtown Lynchburg. What struck me most about Mike was not just his commitment to his own children, but his evident care for all the children in our community. He understands that education extends beyond the classroom. It expands into our neighborhoods, our gardens, and our shared experiences. Mike embodies the qualities we need on school board: a deep-rooted belief in the importance of education, a passion for community involvement, and a vision for a thriving future for all of our students. Mike has the remarkable ability to listen to others, to advocate for their needs of our children, and to collaborate with parents, teachers, and administrators alike. He recognizes that every student deserves an equitable opportunity to learn and grow, and is committed to ensuring that our schools are places where every child can thrive. As we consider the future of our schools, let us choose leaders who are not only passionate, but also approachable, compassionate, and dedicated to the values that make our community strong. Mike Barron is that leader. I encourage you to support him in his bid for the Lynchburg City School Board. Together, we can work towards a brighter, more inclusive future for our children. Thank you for your time. It's very appreciated.
Thank you.
Good evening. How is everyone? Good. So mine is a little different than that. I'm not advocating for someone, but more cautioning. First, as a homeschooled child who graduated and went to Liberty University, I can say that there's a huge difference between being homeschooled and being in public school. I would like to advocate that whoever is chosen for the school board is someone who has experience with public school, not just homeschooling. I have nothing against homeschooling. I thought it was a great education for myself, but it is different, and someone who is going to be in charge of public schools should have the experience of public schools. The second thing I want to talk about is to advocate against Rodney Hubbard. This man has openly talked about wanting to reintroduce corporal punishment into the schools. Now, whether or not you agree with corporal punishment is your own personal decision, but it doesn't belong in public schools. So to enforce that, I'm going to use the rest of my time, the 2 minutes, to read out of the scientific article published by WHO, or the World Health Organization, regarding the consequences of corporal punishment. Corporal punishment triggers harmful psychological and physiological responses. Children not only experience pain, sadness, fear, anger, shame, and guilt, but feeling threatened also leads to physiological stress and activation of neural pathways that support dealing with danger. Children who have been physically punished tend to exhibit high hormonal reactivity to stress, overloaded biological systems, including the nervous system, cardiovascular, and nutritional systems, and changes in brain structures and function. Despite its widespread acceptability, spanking is also linked to atypical brain function like that of more severe abuse, thereby undermining the frequently cited argument that less severe forms of physical punishment are not harmful. A large body of research shows links between corporal punishment and a wide range of negative outcomes, both immediate and long-term. And here's a list of those. Direct physical harm, sometimes resulting in severe damage, long-term disability, or death. Mental ill health, including behavioral and anxiety disorders, depression, hopelessness, low self-esteem, self-harm, and suicide attempts. Alcohol and drug dependency, hostility, and emotional instability, which continue into adulthood. Impaired cognitive and socio-emotional development, specifically emotion regulation and conflict-solving skills. Damage to education, including school dropout and lower academic and occupational success. poor moral internalization and increased antisocial behavior, increased aggression in children, adults perpetuating of violent, antisocial, and criminal behavior. And there's more, but my time is up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for your service and your stamina. I see this takes a lot of stamina, that's for sure. We all know that, and we've all worked on teams that really work excellently. You know, it's a diverse combination of skills and experiences, different opinions, different perceptions, and when the right team comes together, there's sort of a collective effervescence. The work is easy, they're productive, and they just kind of move forward. And I've known Paula Mills since 2004. She has a record in the teaching profession for decades, and so she knows the teaching trenches. She also knows schools and their needs. I've had an opportunity to work with Paula. She volunteered to lead our chaplains, and she also taught Sunday schools. And she knows how to bring out the best in individuals, because the kids that have been taught by her for years, they know who they are, they're powerful, and they actually believe they can do anything they want in the world. Paula is a deep listener. She's a very clear thinker, and she has a long-term perspective. And I think that if she's on the school board, she'd be like the wise sage that would be like, well, wait a minute, have we considered this? She's a dedicated, committed citizen, and I know she has helped a lot of people. And she has the support of a gem of a husband, Sandy Mills. So I highly recommend Paula Mills for the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, my name is Desmond Mosby and I represent Ward 2. Many people that know me probably know that I could stand up here and probably talk for hours, but I will use just a couple of seconds here just to stand in strong opposition as a parent and as someone who has worked with young people for the majority of my life, strong opposition to the appointment of Rodney Hubbard on the school board. As was mentioned earlier, he is someone who has said and stated as he was running for city council for his support of corporal punishment, including paddling in our schools. And as someone who is a parent of 3 kids in Lynchburg City Schools, regardless if that is something that is introduced into our schools or not, I feel strongly against someone who would even consider that. So again, I could stand here and talk for a long period of time, but that is how I feel and that is where I stand in this moment. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Anyone who would like to speak, could you get in the center aisle and follow on through? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Deemer, City Council. My name is Dr. Samantha Foster, resident of Ward 1, and I come here tonight to speak in support of Mike Barron for District 2 of the school board. This is my son, Sky, a student at Paul Monroe. My favorite quote that Mike said displays his character. Leadership is a posture, not a position. Mike Barron empowers others, and he does the work. That's going to be the theme of my speech tonight. He gives others the tools to be strong in challenging situations. You may not know this, but he teaches children Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He checks in on fellow business owners, as we're business owners in downtown. He stops and he listens. When he asks how you're doing, he stops and he stands there and he says, really, how are you doing? I only see him doing that with employees of the school district. He does the work. He's a quiet, consistent leader. As we consider who we want representing us on the school board, let me share a story that speaks volumes about his character. When he saw the challenge with not having enough bus drivers, he didn't talk about it. He has a license that allows him to drive a bus, and guess what he does? He drives a city school bus. His willingness to roll up his sleeves and do the work makes a difference firsthand. He will continue to do the work on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Hipskind, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 and School Board Zone 1. I am a product of Lynchburg City Schools, K through 12, the parent of LCS elementary school students who now and will attend the same schools I once did, and I am the incoming PTO president at Bedford Hills Elementary. Tonight, I want to speak in support of a candidate who not only brings deep professional expertise, but also something our school board critically needs right now, a parent's voice grounded in real everyday experience, and that is Dr. Eliza Giganto. I've had the privilege of working alongside Eliza through the Bedford Hills PTO, and I also know her personally through our children who are friends. In both contexts, I've seen firsthand her commitment to our schools, her thoughtfulness, and her ability to listen and lead with purpose. Liza is the kind of advocate our schools need because she sees what families in Lynchburg are experiencing right now. She spends time in our buildings, volunteering at Bedford Hills, coordinating PTO efforts, and attending events. She doesn't just hear about the conditions of our schools, she sees it, she walks the halls, and she's concerned. She understands how deferred maintenance affects learning. She knows what it's like to send your children into buildings that need investment, where aging infrastructure can interfere with the safe, engaging environments we want for every child. And she's ready to help make smart, forward-thinking decisions that prioritize facilities as a foundation of academic success. But Liza also sees the unique strengths of Lynchburg City Schools, and she believes in them. She's very passionate about the signature programs that set us apart from the surrounding counties. The Strings program that inspires creativity and discipline, the Go Center and Innovation Schools that encourage hands-on student-led learning. These programs aren't just extras, they're reasons families choose to live in the city. They're investments in our future. Liza knows what makes LCS special, and she wants to protect it, promote it, and expand it. She sees what we have, and she sees what's possible. I believe our board needs someone who can truly represent parents, someone who lives what our families live. Eliza Giganto is that person. She brings the clarity, compassion, and commitment of a parent who wants better not just for her own kids, but for all kids. I strongly urge you to appoint Dr. Eliza Giganto to the Lynchburg City School Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Davies. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and School Board Zone 1. I'm a current Bedford Hills parent of 3 boys, one of whom is here, the PTO treasurer, and an active member of the Lynchburg City Schools Special Education Advisory Committee. I'm here to voice my strong support for the appointment of Dr. Liza Giganto to the Lynchburg City School Board. Liza brings a rare and invaluable combination of professional experience, practical skills, and deep personal investment in our public schools. Professionally, Liza has spent the last 20 years in higher education and has served as a professor of anthropology at St. Mary's College of Maryland for the past 15. She's not only an experienced educator, but one who understands the importance of curriculum and academic rigor from both a classroom and institutional perspective. She also brings something we urgently need on our school board: proven experience with budgeting and resource allocation. At the collegiate level, Liza has built and managed budgets thoughtfully and strategically, balancing competing needs through realignment and prioritization. She knows how to make hard decisions without losing sight of what matters most: student success. But beyond her professional qualifications, Liza is deeply embedded in our school community. She has 3 children currently enrolled in Lynchburg City Schools, 2 at Bedford Hills and 1 at R.S. Payne Elementary. As a parent, she sees firsthand what's happening in our schools, not just occasionally, but every week. She attends violin lessons with her children, volunteers regularly, serves as the current volunteer coordinator for our PTO, and brings a boots-on-the-ground perspective that is often missing from policy discussions. Importantly, Liza understands the role of the school board. She respects the distinction between governance and operations, between oversight and day-to-day instruction. She's prepared to support our educators, not micromanage them, while ensuring accountability, transparency, and focus on student outcomes. In addition to her strong qualifications, Liza is a creative and collaborative problem solver. She listens deeply, asks thoughtful questions, and brings people together to find practical solutions to complex challenges. Whether it's tackling budget constraints or addressing classroom needs, she's focused on finding ways forward that put students and teachers first. Liza is not interested in rhetoric. She's ready to do the real work with integrity and heart. We need board members who are thoughtful, informed, and deeply connected to the realities of the classrooms. Liza Giganto is exactly that person. I urge you to give her your full consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate your time tonight. Just here to vouch for Deborah Trevsker and Mike Barron. Deborah is my mom, and I've always seen her. She's very smart. She has a master's in English. She's been a teacher her whole life, basically. If she doesn't know something, she's always reading a dozen books at one time to figure it out. She's an advocate. She's always fighting for the underprivileged. She is a CASA worker. She worked in an orphanage in China, and she's just really passionate about raising up the next generation, both educationally and also just their character and who they are as people. So vouch for her very highly. Mike Barron we're super good friends with their family. His brother-in-law is our son's godfather, and he is someone who I can say is a passionate champion of young people. He usually has extra kids around the house who he's taken under his wing, and his friends' kids who he just loves on and cares for. He's somebody who will fight for people. I've always known him to be looking out for the underdog, and to be looking out for the least privileged kids, and make sure that no one gets left behind, which is a big deal when you're talking about public school kids. People aren't going to get overlooked with him. So I just want to put in a plug for those two. They're the best.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Quigg. I'm from Ward 3. So I'm a product of the public school, and there was spanking. I grew up outside New York City, and I just want to kind of give a different perspective on things, because that's what we need, right? We need to hear the other side of the story. So it says here, those who spare the rod of discipline hate their children. Those who love their children care enough to discipline them. And then the other one is, don't fail to discipline your children. They won't die if you spank them. Physical discipline may well have saved them from death. And I just want to state that when you're walking in the Spirit, what God says does work. And our children are the product of, sure, we made mistakes at times, but today they're all beautiful and have strong minds, and they're doing very well by the grace of God. And we did bring discipline and training into our home, and it worked very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else would like to speak for anyone for the school board appointments? Is there anyone else who would like to speak for school board appointments? Thank you. May I have a motion? Public hearing is now closed.
Looking for a motion to close the public hearing. I hear a move from Vice Mayor Deemer.
Yes.
Second from Councilor
Second.
Timmer. Okay, thank you. All right. Go ahead and start vote.
Cast your votes.
Yep, initiating vote now. All right, the motion passes 7-0. Council, if you would like, you can start choosing folks now to interview. We will hold space on June 10th to finalize that list. However, new this year, we will be doing residency checks for those that you interview. So staff would appreciate the extra time working with candidates to get those done, completed.
Can you make a recommendation? Just go down the line for folks who, instead of just bouncing, it'd just be easier.
Yes. Use your mic, they want to hear you.
I'll speak.
Okay.
Thank you. If you want to pick a side, and I'll be happy to comply.
Yeah, we're going to start at Mr. Faradi and work to my right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to interview Dr. Clam, Jabri Poe, Jack Collins, April Watson, Mike Barron, and Ms. Simpson. I missed her first name. I know it's in front of me, but I don't have it pulled up. And Siobhan, thank you. And to add to that, I'm doing something a little bit different this year, but it's in grave importance to those I represent. I'll also be sharing publicly right now one of the questions I'll be asking. I'll be demanding a yes or no answer. Will you be voting to close Sandusky Elementary School? Yes or no? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you want to repeat the names we're asking?
I submitted Dr. Clam, Jabri Poe, Jack Collins, April Watson, Mike Barron, and Sharon Simpson.
Okay. I'd like to add to that Dr. Liza Jagan. Yes. Sorry. And Dr. Brenda Farmer.
I would like to add Selena Morgan, excuse me. Who else? Gloria Preston. And you already mentioned some of the other ones that already suggested. Thank you.
Right. Dean?
Several of mine have already been mentioned, but I would like to interview Nigel Eileen, Marquez Bush. I think Dr. Clam was mentioned. Dr. Brenda Farmer, Mike Barron, Jack Collins, and Dr. Karen Warren, Deborah Trevsker.
Just for the record, I'm sorry, I didn't repeat names that were already included from Councilman Feraldi, so FYI.
Mr. Mishi?
Trying to make sure I'm tracking on, are you tracking on who's been, can you repeat the list for us?
In District 1, we have Dr. Karen Warren, Selena Morgan, Marcus Bush, Nigel Lean, Liza DeJanto, and Deborah Trevsker. In District 2, or do you want me to stop there?
Go ahead, keep going.
District 2, Jabri Poe, Jack Collins, April Watson, Dr. Harvey Clam, Mike Barron, Sharon Simpson. District 3, Dr. Brenda Farmer, Gloria Preston.
I would like to add Karen Storr for District 2.
Okay.
And Tori Howard for District 3.
The only one that, yeah. So there's only one that I'd like to add for District 3, but I'm very glad that Dr. Farmer has been called forward, as well as Gloria Preston. But I would like to add Corey Thomas for District 3. District 2, all of mine were covered. Dr. Clam, Mike Barron, Sharon Simpson. And District 1, I'm covered as well. So we're good. Thank you.
Mayor Taylor?
District 2, Mike Barron. District 3, Barbara Farmer. And District 1, Marquise Bush. And Naja Eileen. That's it.
right, thank you. We will work with these folks already selected to work out those residency requirements, and we'll still hold space June 10th if there's anybody that you, additional candidates that you'd like to add at that time. All right, thank you. Agenda item number 7, consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend section 36-223 of Division 3 of Article 5 of Chapter 36 of the Code of the City of Lynchburg and increase the city's transient lodging tax. Ms. Donna Witt will provide a summary of the request. Or Deputy City Manager Greg Patrick will provide a summary of the request.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. A public hearing tonight to discuss potentially increasing the lodging tax, which is the tax rate charged on the room rate, and the bed tax, which is a per dollar amount charged per room night. The public notice was posted, and council is considering increases in those rates of up to 12.5% on the lodging tax rate and up to $10 on the bed tax amount. Current rates are 6.5% and $1.
Yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion, since we're getting pretty close to 2 hours in and we're getting ready to start a public hearing, that we might take just a brief
Just take a 5-minute recess. Everybody agree? 5-minute recess?
For the record, I do not.
Yes. 5-minute recess.
You're welcome.
We're resuming our meeting. Ms. Alicia?
I believe the floor is now open for anyone to speak in favor.
Restate.
Sure, yes. Consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend Section 36-223 of Division 3 of Article 5 of Chapter 36 of the Code of the City of Lynchburg and increase the city's transient lodging tax.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak in favor? No one want to speak in favor of the city lodging tax? No? Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Y'all line up.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Deemer, and members of City Council. My name is Amy Corbett, and I am a small business owner of a company that manages 45 boutique short-term rentals. 20 of them are in Lynchburg City, 25 of them are outside of the city and across other localities. One of our rentals is a train caboose overlooking the James River, literally within walking distance from here. And that train caboose was most recently named the most wish-listed Airbnb in the state of Virginia. That means that there is not a more appealing destination in Virginia on Airbnb than one here in Lynchburg. Visitors who have never heard of Lynchburg, they never thought they would be coming to Lynchburg. They're coming, and they're coming to stay there. And while they're there, they're coming to dine, and they're coming to shop, and they're coming to explore all that our city has to offer. Your economic development office, our economic development office, will tell you that short-term rentals, or you may know them as Airbnbs, are hands down the largest hotel in the city. So we are committed to building tourism here and showing off our charming city. However, I'm concerned that the new proposal to skyrocket the lodging tax sets us all up to lose revenue rather than gain it. Since this proposal seemed to come out of nowhere, let's put it into perspective. The highest lodging tax anywhere in Virginia is 9% plus $2 a night. This proposal is 12.5% plus $10 a night. New York City lodging taxes are 10.4% plus $1.50 a night. This proposal is 12.5% plus $10 a night.
These numbers don't even include the 5.3 state sales tax that are included. So this proposal would actually be bringing us up to around 18%. Now, I love Lynchburg. It is an awesome destination, but surely we can agree that this increase is extreme, especially when our county next door is 2%. Why would we want to deter visitors from coming and spending? Isn't that shooting ourselves in the foot? In your last planning session, city staff showed a chart and they wisely advised staying within the bounds of other similar localities around the state, especially since, quote, "We don't know the impact such a significant increase would have on our local economy." So if council determines that you must raise local lodging taxes, I would ask that you would be measured. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you restrain from clapping, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Merle W. Thornhill IV, and I'm a longtime resident of Lynchburg. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight against the proposed transient lodging tax. I'm going to come from a different perspective. The proposed tax on Airbnb and hotel stays might seem like a minor adjustment. However, the impact could be felt throughout our community. My concern is not just about numbers, but also the effect on families and local traditions that make this city economically friendly. Grieving out-of-town family members planning on attending funeral services often ask for hotels that might offer bereavement rates and need affordable lodging. Our local churches plan religious conferences, spiritual conclaves, bringing visitors who fill our pews. Also, our shops and restaurants. If we make it more expensive to stay in Lynchburg, will people choose neighboring counties? Let's think a minute. Our colleges and universities host many athletic events and conferences. Parents visit campuses on move-in days and also help move out after graduation. And the need for lodging. I ask the council to think beyond short-term revenue. Don't drive the visitors away in events that help us sustain our local economy and robust community life. I feel the rapid spike is too much, too fast, and too risky for our local economy. I think a further economic study needs to be done to understand what we have to gain, but more importantly, what we can stand to lose. Thank you for your time and caring for the future of our city.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm Mike Bremer, a resident of Ward 4. I commend Mr. Feraldi on his innovative proposal to consider a 2-year lagging average of property assessment. This is a creative solution to rapid changes in valuation. However, the problem of diminishing revenue is self-imposed by a number of council members who are determined to reduce the real property tax below staff recommendation. Mr. Feraldi's tax increase will have an impact on the hospitality industry in Lynchburg by imposing a tax on out-of-town visitors. What will be the effect of proposed lodging tax on our expanding sports tourism? Lynchburg hosted 41 sporting events in 2024 alone, generating $4.5 million of impact. Prominent among those events are the International Disc Golf Championship, the Virginia 10-miler, the Conference USA Baseball Tournament, Storming Thunder Ridge, NCAA Division II and III baseball, softball, lacrosse, and soccer championships. What will be the effect on our expanding sports tourism? Sports tourism has been a bright spot in the growth of Lynchburg, attracting visitors and competitors to stay in our city. Many of these visitors stay in hotels, others in short-term rentals scattered throughout the city. According to calculations by city staff and travel sites, the typical stay is 3 days, averaging $489. The current lodging tax on that visit is $35, less than a typical cleaning fee. The proposed increase would be $91, almost triple the fee. What will be the effect on our expanding sports tourism? If occupancy rates drop by only 5%, the yield to the city diminishes significantly, but we don't know what the impact will be. To offset the unpredictable consequences of this dramatic increase in the tax, staff has recommended that council create a $1 million contingency. If the unknown effect is that dramatic, it seems to be unwise to proceed. The sequestered $1 million in a contingency fund essentially eliminates that money for any other use. An opportunity cost is an opportunity lost. I simply ask you to keep in mind the potential negative effects of your actions on this issue. Perhaps consider annual assessments, but of course that would require investing in additional staff for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adam Hall. I'm a resident inside of Ward 4 and a lifelong Lynchburg native. My spouse and I are raising our 2 young boys, Leo, who is 4, and Jude, who is 2, right here inside this community. We love this city and we work hard to contribute to it, both as residents and business owners. We own and operate a short-term rental management company here in Lynchburg, and that is how we provide for our family and aid others in doing the same through their hard-earned investments here within our city. I'm here to voice my strong concern about the proposed increase of the transient occupancy tax from the 6.5% and $1 a night to 12.5% and $10 a night rate. This is not a small adjustment. A jump of this magnitude, especially without clear data to support, could have serious and unintended consequences to local families like mine and many others across our city. During your working session held on May 13th, it was openly acknowledged, and I quote, "What we were not able to find is an increase in as substantial as what we are talking about here," which is in direct reference to the academic studies that may be able to demonstrate the potential economic impact as an increase of this size would have. This is a major red flag. We're talking about significant policy change without any reliable evidence to show how it might affect our economy. That is not responsible governance. This increase would make Lynchburg one of the most expensive cities in our region for overnight stays. Why would visitors choose to stay here when they could find more affordable lodging just minutes away in neighboring counties? And this is not just about my family's business. It's about the ripple effect throughout our community. Fewer visitors means less revenue for restaurants, shops, and event venues. It may affect jobs, tips, local business growth. It affects our identity as a welcoming and vibrant city. Like many others, we've chosen to invest in Lynchburg. We live here, we pay taxes here, we support local schools and businesses, and we've built our lives here. But this proposed tax hike would make it drastically harder for us and countless others to stay competitive and sustain our livelihoods. I respectfully urge the council to reconsider this proposal. At very least, pause and gather the necessary data to actually understand the full economic impact that it may have. Let's not move forward on assumptions. Let's protect the families, businesses, and visitors that make Lynchburg what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Wanda Brooks Crocker. I'm the owner of Acorn Hill Lodge. In 1994-95, my husband and I stood in this same room hoping to build here. We had looked at Roanoke, Charlottesville, but we chose Lynchburg. And we love Lynchburg. Unfortunately, I have now lost my husband, and I am operating my bed and breakfast solely by myself with employees. I echo a lot of what has already been said, so I won't restate the obvious for, a large rate hike at one time. But what I will say is that the people that work for me in that business are very important to me. They're family to me. We have a work family. I do not want to have to make decisions on having to let go of some people because I can no longer afford things because taxes have gone up, which is revenue that businesses could be making. But, unfortunately, if the taxes are so high, people stop coming to Lynchburg, as was echoed earlier. It's a decision I'd rather not make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is George Stanley, and I'm an owner and developer of the Virginian Hotel, and I'm actively involved in its operation and maintenance. I trust the council has received and read our letter from May 23rd and has entered it into the record. Respectfully, this proposal threatens to raise prices on the average hotel room in Lynchburg by more than 13% starting July 1. It threatens to raise prices of hotel rooms at the Virginian by $665,000 per year based on our 2024 numbers. There's a basic law of economics that when prices go up, demand falls. When demand for hotel rooms falls, this means occupancy falls, and people who would otherwise come here stop visiting Lynchburg. When fewer people visit Lynchburg, this means fewer people eating in our restaurants, spending money in our stores, and visiting our attractions. Fewer people staying in our hotels reduces the compression in the local hotel market, which means the Virginian and all of our competing hotels must lower our prices. Compression is a very important component of hotel operation. This will negatively impact our staffing and our ability to maintain our properties. This proposal by City Council will raise taxes on the average priced hotel room to the highest percentage in the nation as far as every bit of research we've done, and we've done a great deal. On the average priced hotel room, it raises it to 26.1%. Average price that's based on a $120 average rate, that's according to our data. Based on that, it profoundly disregards the pricing sensitivities of the hotel industry and a foundational law of economics. This is not conservative, as some have claimed. This policy would be an oppressive act by a city government despite its own economic interests, the interests of the businesses that operate here, and the citizens that live and work here. It would devastate the hotel industry and be an enormous mistake. For the interests of our city and all that have worked and invested by the many thousands of us to get here, please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm just going to share a little bit what my home means to me, which is my Airbnb. My name is Danielle. I'm a single woman living in the city of Lynchburg for the past 20 years. I operate one small Airbnb in the city. Not a hotel, not a business venture, just my home. This house holds my history. I had 2 strokes in my 30s here. I recovered here. My dad taught me how to tile in this very home. It's where I faced some of my biggest challenges and where I fought to rebuild my life. I take care of everything myself, the cleaning, laundry, maintenance, even cutting the grass because I can't afford to pay for help. The income from this Airbnb is what allows me to stay here. After bills, upkeep, supplies, and taxes, there's very little extra money. And now with the proposed tax increase,
I'm scared. I understand the city is looking for ways to balance the budget or lower property taxes for its residents, but saying this tax will only affect out-of-towners just isn't true. Local hosts like me can't continue to raise our rates and stay competitive without losing guests. Visitors will most likely stay in surrounding counties, and the city of Lynchburg will lose needed income, affecting small businesses, local hosts like myself. It directly threatens our ability to keep going. If this passes, I could be forced to sell my home, the one that's seen me through the hardest parts of my life. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for you to look at the real impact of this decision on people like me who are part of this community. Please don't balance the budget on the backs of residents who are already doing the best they can to hold on. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, ma'am, do you mind just saying your full name for the record? Or may I-
Yeah, Danielle Befolco.
Thank you very much.
I brought some notes so I wouldn't forget what I was going to.
Sir, could you please state your name?
Who said, oh, sorry, Richard Palazzo. Richard Palazzo.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I made some notes here. Last time I was at a council meeting was November of 2021. It was a completely different council. Bo Wright was sitting there. He was taking notes of everything people were saying. And Randy Nelson was sitting there. I was so impressed by his demeanor and the way he dealt with all the other people. I just want to mention that. Now, anyway, the question, which I have never heard an answer to, is why does the city need this tax increase? I'm retired. I'm living on a pension and Social Security. The Airbnb, we have invested since we moved into Lynchburg in 2018, about $10,000, making a room in our basement into a little studio. It's got a bathroom, a little kitchenette, and we felt that was prudent to use that space to try to bring in an income. So we did it. This year, we finally rented it out, it was ready, and we've made about $5,000 from renting it. So we still haven't gotten our money back from it. But anyway, one thing I would like to mention that no one else has is that there's something about Airbnbs that is special. I've noticed that the people who, like that lady who was just here, they take care of their homes because they know they're going to have guests every week. So they mow the lawn, they trim the hedges, they make the property look very nice, and it improves the neighborhood and it improves the city. But people who don't live nearby and own a house and rent it out, a lot of times for 5 or 6 years, they will not do anything to repair it. So I just want to mention there's a big difference in quality between an Airbnb and a long-term rental where people rent for months. That's one thing. What else? Oh, see, that brings me to the point where at the beginning of this meeting, they were talking about the project. I was trying to listen, and I think there is, in my opinion, we are at a threshold where we have to make a decision in Lynchburg as to what we want to be as a city. Do we want to be a place where people come in, they live for a couple of years, they leave again when college is over, and all this traffic and all of these buildings are built? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Fox. I'm a Lynchburg native. I started my hospitality career one summer home from Virginia Tech working at the Lynchburg Visitor Center. Since then, I've been employed at the Craddock Terry, Waterstone, and Shoemakers for 15 years. And we oppose this tax increase. And I'll leave it at that. Lots of facts are presented to you this evening. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Tommy Herbert. I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Virginia Restaurant, Lodging, and Travel Association. Want to first thank everyone for your consideration of a letter that was sent organizationally from our president to you all. I will not go back over that in detail. I really appreciate the responses that we got from several of you. Want to point out a few things that have not yet been pointed out tonight, that this tax increase, as others have noted, is a very large and sudden tax increase and would, rather than putting Lynchburg in line with other comparable localities, would actually take Lynchburg out of line with other comparable localities when we think of places like, for example, Blacksburg at 7%, Roanoke at 8%, Charlottesville, that bastion of conservatism, at 9%. We can see clearly that 12.5% puts us out of line with those numbers, and would particularly point out that it is not clear in this proposal what the city would be doing to develop tourism in response to the clear impact that this would have, right? We, as an organization, do not oppose all increases in lodging taxes, but we do insist that they come along with efforts to increase and develop tourism in response, because we know that there will always be an impact of customers choosing elsewhere when they face a cost factor. I would very briefly like to point out that I understand why lodging taxes are thought of as friendly to locals and particularly visitors taxes. However, I really quickly want to point out that over 7%, in fact, almost 8% of the jobs in Lynchburg are somehow connected or dependent upon visitors. That is 3,000 jobs in Lynchburg. Those are locals. Visitors spent $225 million in Lynchburg in 2023. There is clearly going to be an impact if this lodging tax increase takes effect on that number. And what derives from that number is actually $21 million in state and local revenue that those visitors brought. And I would simply like to speak on behalf of some of the locals who really will be affected if this tax goes through. I'll end there, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Toby Tomko. I have the honor of being the general manager of the Virginian Hotel. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. While you have heard and will hear incredible number of data points, opinions, personal feelings on the opposition to this proposal, just a couple things that I want to mention. This will hurt our team members. This will hurt our employees. This will affect their income. Lower occupancy means lower hours. It means less people in the restaurants, as you've heard. The second thing, there are 13,500 room nights that came into Lynchburg from local businesses last year alone. Not groups, not transient, local businesses. All of the big businesses have 13,500 room nights a year. You're taxing your local businesses at an incredibly high level. And I must reiterate what has been brought up already. There's nothing in this proposal that pertains to where this money is being spent. It's not being spent in tourism, and I think that's a key component of why you should vote against it. It's not going to where it could be to helping everyone, the many people in this room, from small individual room owners and Airbnb owners to the many hotels within the city. I'm opposed to this ordinance passing and ask that each city council member vote to oppose it to help ensure continued local tourism and the growth of Lynchburg businesses.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Thomas Bradner. I'm the owner of a local business here in the downtown district. I'm also a citizen of Ward 4. This tax will kill our business. As a business located across the Virginia Hotel, 60% of our clientele comes from that hotel. Downtown district has residents, yes, but also when their visitors come, they depend on the hotels because they live in lofts, not big enough to hold their families. So this tax will push away our visitors, our tourism, and our dollars, especially to the downtown local businesses, along with the Airbnbs that are located in every building in downtown Lynchburg. I oppose this tax and ask that you vote against it.
Thank you.
Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Deemer, and esteemed members of council, thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak with you. I'm going to just kind of give you a little background, and this is not going to lead to a long story.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mark Corbett, Ward 2. So there you go. Yeah, sorry, jumped right ahead. I retired from 17 years of campus ministry. And when we did that, like it's still like kind of rocks you, like you kind of have like an identity crisis. And it was like, where do we go? What do we do? We looked at Greensboro. I'm sorry, not Greensboro. We looked at Greenville. Would never look at Greensboro. We looked at Greenville, South Carolina. We looked at Richmond, Virginia. And then Lynchburg just kept calling our names. It just kept pulling us back. And our steps were ordered right in Lynchburg. And I realized that ministry really hasn't changed. In student ministry, we welcomed students from all over the world. We showed them hospitality. And now we welcome people, citizens, individuals from all over the world. I remember I ran into a guy fairly recently. He was here with his family from Germany. And they diverted and came to Lynchburg. And what they discover when they come to Lynchburg is not just a place to stay, but they discover a city. And they discover, like, wow, this place is not what I thought before I came here. Some people were like, I was reluctant to come here because it was Lynchburg. And then they get here and they're like, okay, it's not like that at all. So we love Lynchburg. We want everyone to love Lynchburg. We want to cheer on the city. In fact, when we first started campus ministry here, our first t-shirt had the tea room on it. I don't know if it was legal or not for us to put the tea room on our t-shirt, but we did because we love it. And we love when guests start moving Lynchburg. And some of those guests, some of them actually move here. Some of them move here and work for the city. And they pay taxes here. So we contribute to the city in that way. And I want to encourage you, just kind of along the ministry background, envision like bringing a guest to church. And you know, like when you're a guest at church, I don't know what your church is like. Maybe you get like a little gift, like a little gift bag to take home with you. What if everyone rushed you and started telling you, you have to give more than anybody else in here? As our honored guest, we want you to give more than anyone else. That's not what we want. So.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I got a little carried away.
Thank you very much. I am Brian Runk with Runker Pratt Companies and the owner of Bella Vista Hotel. First of all, I want to say I am 100% with everything that was said from the Virginian. But I want to give a personal example. In August of last year, the World Disc Golf Championship came to Lynchburg. It was an amazing event. Your city staff, Margette and Andrew, are incredible. You're going to handcuff those guys from their talents. You guys gave some money, you brought them there. This was a process where we competed with Finland, and we beat Finland to bring them here. That experience was such a spectacular event. There was 125 years of the World Disc Golf Championship, and they said that last year was their very best year. So much so that we're talking to them right now about coming back in 2027. It's a huge deal, but it's a bid process. If taxes go up, we don't win the bid. That's a huge piece. The other thing that came out of that is for the next 5 years, the Pro Disc Championship is in Lynchburg in October for 5 years. That's equal to the PGA FedEx Cup. That's all here. So we are going to become known as a mecca for disc golf. You change the tax rules here on the hotel stays when you deal with this bid process, that is going to impact that hugely. I just want you to think about that, because also you guys are blessed with great staff in your tourism department. If you tax this tax, you are going to completely handcuff them. They are go-getters, they are dynamite, and you have a team that other people don't have. And you should know that. I think this tax will just handcuff them completely. The other thing that I'd like to ask is, for everybody who opposes this tax, if you just stand, just so you can see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and fellow residents. The current item up there is wrong, by the way, on the screen. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight. As a realtor, I want to express my opposition to short-term rental, the proposed tax increases that are specifically targeting our visitors. These so-called visitor taxes may seem like they're an easy way to generate revenue without burdening our residents directly, but let's be clear, when we tax the visitors more, we risk more than we gain. So Lynchburg has worked hard to build its tourism and its hospitality economy. Whether it's parents visiting Liberty University, tourists exploring our historic downtown, or families enjoying local events, these visitors are a vital part of our ecosystem. I personally have helped many of these visitors purchase homes over the past decade. When we raise lodging and admissions taxes, we make Lynchburg less competitive when we're comparing it to our nearby cities and counties. Higher costs drive visitors to stay, dine, and spend money elsewhere. That really hurts our hotels, our short-term rental hosts, our local restaurants, and small businesses that rely on this foot traffic, especially downtown. Furthermore, many of these visitors focus taxes, that hit our residents too. Local families who host on Airbnb, run bed and breakfasts, and organize events will feel the financial burden. These policies may seem like they're aimed at outsiders, but the real impact lands here at home. My family owns several Airbnbs, and we have personally contributed roughly $80,000 or more in tax revenue over the past 8 years. Instead of discouraging tourism with higher taxes, let's look for a smarter and more sustainable way to grow the revenue that we need. Let's promote economic activity, not penalize it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Navarez. I'm the Regional Director for Perry Restaurant Group here in Lynchburg, and we have 2 restaurants in the Virginian Hotel. Thank you for letting me speak. I have no script. This is totally off the cuff here.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for the opportunity. What I want to say is the impact of this tax is definitely going to have a trickle-down effect on, as many people have stated, a lot of different businesses. The hospitality business, when I moved here in 2016, I made a choice to move to Lynchburg because there was a great opportunity to develop restaurants, which I feel has helped with the economy. We have employed over 150 employees in our restaurants, and without a doubt, having a tax like this will create the symbiotic relationship that we have with the hotels, a negative impact for our employees and our businesses. So when it really comes down to life in general, it's about choices. And I'm asking that this council make a choice to come up with a smarter way to raise the revenue so that it doesn't have the negative impact for all the businesses that help the economy. And that's it.
Thank you, sir.
All right?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you've been doing. It's evident you've rolled up your sleeves to tackle complex challenges this year to deal with the budget.
Could you state your name, please?
I'm so sorry. Megan Lucas, Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. I realize that you all have been working hard to craft the upcoming city budget. It's evident, again, that you've rolled up your sleeves to tackle the complex challenges, and you're looking for creative and innovative solutions, and we appreciate that. That said, we respectfully urge you to reconsider the proposed increase in lodging taxes in the city of Lynchburg. The proposal to raise the lodging tax rate from 6.5% to 12.5%, along with a flat fee increase from $1 per night to $10 per night, represents a dramatic and unprecedented shift. This increase affects more than just tourists. It directly impacts business travelers. When our local industries bring in team members, clients, or executives from across the country and around the globe, they feel this cost. There are no anonymous guests. They are often corporate decision makers whose experiences in Lynchburg influence future expansions, hiring, and investment decisions. Moreover, there's a cascading effect to consider. Increased lodging costs will lead to reduced travel, smaller event attendance, lower hotel occupancy, and ultimately less spending at local restaurants, shops, and service providers. This ripple effect touches multiple sectors of our economy, not just hospitality, at a time when stability and competitiveness are essential. The Alliance does not support any initiative that increases the burdens on our business community, especially when it targets a single sector. Singling out one industry, particularly one still recovering from years of pandemic-related disruption, sets a concerning precedent and weakens our regional economy. A strong economy is the foundation of a strong community. Policies that risk discouraging travel, limiting growth, or increasing costs for employers jeopardizes our shared ability to invest in education, infrastructure, and public safety. We urge continued collaboration to find balanced solutions that promote fiscal responsibility without compromising our economic future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Evan Wingfield, Ward 3. I do not have a prepared statement. I was here as part of the Lynchburg Citizens Academy. I just felt very moved by what I was seeing here. I've been a Lynchburg resident for 3 years. My family generationally has been in and out of the area for some time, so I have some cousins here and other folks. But I do not currently own a business in Lynchburg or operate one. My wife and I are homeowners here. In the past, I was a business operator, and unfortunately, that business ultimately failed. One of the things that attracted me to Lynchburg 3 years ago was the growth that I've seen downtown and the amount of effort and dedicated programs towards growing the downtown. And I think that's part of growing Lynchburg as a city. And that's part of what we were talking about earlier this evening of that continued growth we've been seeing here. Several programs are in place. I would mention Launch Lynchburg and the Lynchburg Co-Starters program. Some of those have monies that are actually going to new businesses here in the city and have been driving some of that growth. Businesses that have come out of that program would include Super Rad, as well as Preem, both retail-focused businesses here downtown that would directly be affected by those. Those are all businesses that are existing, but there's other businesses that do not yet exist that some of those programs are meant to encourage coming here to the city that would help to drive the growth of Lynchburg as a whole. And I have to imagine that it's obvious what this type of a tax increase would do to those businesses and the effect it would have on those programs and people like me that want to come here and start a business in Lynchburg and help contribute to the growth in the city. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I did not plan on doing this tonight. Chris Boswell, downtown business owner and concerned citizen. The lodging tax is just it doesn't make sense for what we're trying to do in this community, right? I've been here 25 years. I've seen nothing but prosperity. I've seen nothing but growth. I love this city. Love this city. Is there a compromise on the lodging tax? Absolutely, but I think it's masking a bigger problem, and it's the real estate tax issue that we've been talking about for over 2 years that's getting ready to come up for vote. We've already cut it below equalization. We've already gone down that road 2 years ago. If we can leave it alone or cut a cent or two, we'd be just fine. Everything costs more. Look around. If you bought a 2x4, a piece of plywood, milk, eggs, anything you do, you paying your yard guy or getting gas for your lawnmower to cut your own grass, everything costs more. Our houses cost more. You can thank your neighbor that sold their house during COVID, that have sold their house in the last 4 or 5 years. Real estate has increased, and that's what we buy houses for. It's our biggest investment. Most of us, it's our biggest investment. Why not let that grow? When we do finally sell it, when we do finally make it to retirement, God help us that we do, and we can afford to, we want to sell that asset. And it's okay that it has increased over time. It's the way of the world. If you look at houses, you could build a house for $20,000 in the 70s. You can't even get all the permits approved for less than $90,000 to build a single-family home in Lynchburg, Virginia. It's okay. Our houses are worth more. Our assets are worth more. We need to do what's best for our city, and we need the money just to pay cost of living increases for our city staff and employees, our police officers, our fire department, our EMS, everything that this city needs to be successful, to be safe. For my daughter, who's almost 7 years old, and everybody else's children here that have grown up here and they're going to be born here this year. Just do what's right. We can't keep cutting off our nose to spite our face. We have got to pay for what we want. It's not free. To make our city great, it's worth it. Invest in it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there. My name is Jenny Davis, and I am a local business owner in multiple revenues. Here I have a retail establishment in Boonesboro, and I recently opened a lounge in downtown Lynchburg. I'm also the interim executive director of the Lynchburg Historical Foundation. So I see the impact of tourism on every aspect: retail, hospitality, and preservation of history in Lynchburg. And the majority of people who come in that I see are not from Lynchburg. They are staying locally. They have family here. They're visiting. Our opening weekend, just a few weeks ago at our new lounge, I'd say 50 to 60% of the people were here for graduation. I mean, that's revenue that came in from out of town that we really rely on. And in return for those tourists, we were able to pay you a higher meal tax. You got more revenue on that. The taxes that come into my boutique, when there's more people coming into the city and I'm selling more clothing, I'm able to pay the city more money. So it's a win-win when people are coming in. I think by taxing us more and taxing the hotels who are doing everything they can, the Airbnbs to bring more tourism in, it's only gonna hurt us in the long run. And then to go from 6% to 12% is ludicrous. Maybe we're trying to find a middle ground to have some happy place, but there's gotta be a way to bring revenue in other ways. So if we can increase tourism and we can increase the revenue from what people are purchasing as far as coming in and buying a charcuterie board at my lounge or buying a dress for their child, I think that that's the way to do it. So I am opposed as a business owner and somebody who sits on a nonprofit in the city of your tax.
Good evening again. I'm Katrina Marple, and I'm not going to share everything everyone's already shared. I just want to, my husband and I have several short-term rentals, and the only thing that I haven't heard shared that might provide a little bit of insight is a little bit of what happens when we're determining prices. What I've found is that people are willing to pay a certain amount per night. And when my prices increase, then I just have empty lofts. And in order to fill the lofts, I have to decrease my prices. So when the taxes go up, it doesn't matter if it's cleaning costs or taxes or Airbnb fees, people want to pay a certain amount. They're not willing to pay an extra $20 when they could pay less in a different city or somewhere else. So it doesn't matter if you're taxing the visitor or someone else. We still have to lower our costs per night. And even currently with the taxes so high, we're consistently looking at numbers, especially through the low seasons, and looking at our expenses going, does this really make sense to have this as short-term rentals with all of the hassle and all of the work involved, or should we go to long-term rentals? And I think someone else said it, long-term rentals, we don't keep the properties up as well, we aren't in there as often, we're not able to really just care for the properties as well if it's a long-term rental. And also, the city is not getting that high lodging tax income when it's a long-term rental. So we have considered several times, especially during low seasons, do we just go to long-term rentals? And with the tax increase, we might tip our scales to go, you know what, it just doesn't make sense yet anymore for us. So just wanted to share that little bit of insight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Got some notes here. My name is, hello, council. My name is Cullen Jennings. I'm the owner of a local downtown business and a resident of Ward 2. I'm just going to kind of spit this because I wrote it on the way over here. Thank you for all you do, but I wasn't expecting to say anything tonight. I didn't even think I would make it here in time. Luckily, everybody here has the same kind of opposition that I think we all do. I am a local business owner, and I'm absolutely appalled at the idea of this tax and its weight on the local businesses and hotels, and you should be too. I don't need to comment, but I definitely think I should, just like everyone else has tonight. The amount of people that I meet as a bartender and owner of Super Rad, my own place, will absolutely downturn once you take away the ability to spend money on localities around town. How can we move forward with this? Without demanding some direction in tourism or actual plans, instead of playing the cup game with our city taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, second time for me too, but I'll make this real short. Something that no one else has said. I'm hearing that you all need more money to make this, to balance the city budget. And my suggestion is maybe a detailed audit of where the money is going. Because I know for a fact that there is some money that is wasted in this city. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? No? Are there any voicemails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have 15 voicemails to play into the record. The first is from Cam Colquitt.
Hi, my name is Rodney Hubbard.
That is wrong. Sorry, Mr. Hubbard. Okay, the next one, I will come back to Kim Colquitt. The next one was from Adam Hall, but he was able to be in person, so I will not be playing his. The next one is Angel Vogenreiter.
Hi, yes, this is Angel Vogenreiter. I'm just calling to vote no at tomorrow night's meeting on the lodging tax. We would like that to stay the same at 6.5% plus $1 per night. So we would like to vote no, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
The next one's from Drake Rufus.
Hi, my name's Drake Rufus. I'm a resident of Lynchburg, Virginia, off of Boonesboro Road, 5138 Boonesboro Road. I'm leaving a message regarding the meeting for May 27th, 2025, regarding the proposed lodging tax increase. I'm speaking in opposition of the proposed tax increase. Ultimately, raising the rate to 12.5% and adding a $10 a night fee would make Lynchburg one of the more expensive cities in Virginia for overnight guests. I understand that other cities with much higher density, like Alexandria or any further up north, have more volume coming in through their cities to charge some of those lower rates. But it's going to make it more expensive for overnight guests here at the end of the day. It's not just a revenue move for the city, it's a direct contribution to local inflation. I understand that, you know, the macroeconomic factors that have raised prices on everybody are not the fault of the city, and the city needs to strike a balance between ultimately local infrastructure needs and the growing demands of a city. But that's not how everybody's going to be looking at it, and certainly not other people my age. I'm 25 years old. We're ultimately, with this measure, we're artificially driving up the cost of staying in our city and impacting families, visiting students, the business travelers, and the tourists, which have ultimately allowed for other businesses to come join our area. And this has been contributing to a growing Lynchburg. So I see this as very much a way that could hamper Lynchburg from growing, at least in the long term, because more and more families will realize how expensive it is to move. This will reduce hotel occupancy, hurt our hospitality workers, and drive business to surrounding counties at the end of the day. It sends a message to people considering visiting Lynchburg that it's closed to visitors unless they can pay for a premium. I believe this is short-sighted, and it will come with a lot of long-term consequences. So I urge you guys to vote no on the measure. Thank you very much.
The next one is from Eric George with LTG Associates.
Hi, this is Eric George with LTG and Associates. I'm an Airbnb host located at 420 Breezewood Drive, number 218, Lynchburg, Virginia, 24502. I'm calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th, 7 p.m., specifically agenda item 4.7, concerning the proposed increase of the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. We are actually have family in Lynchburg. We have invested money from Texas. We are bringing our business activity from Texas to Lynchburg because it has been developer friendly. It's been friendly to businesses, and these type of things actually discourage us to come there and do more. And so we hope that you would consider this. With high interest rates and rising costs, many hosts are already operating on a very thin margin, so there's not a lot of money in these things. Now, we're doing it because my mother-in-law lives there. My wife's family, she's from there. And so we have done it to do that. But the margins, if it gets to where it doesn't make sense, we'll actually have to sell and move out. The city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing the occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support tax increases of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our economic in our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policies should reflect that. It's reasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds, it is unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to the economy without adding hardship. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
This next one's from Danielle George.
Hello, my name is Danielle George, and I am a local resident and an Airbnb host that is located over off of Old Forest Road on Breezewood Drive. I'm calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m. Agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting local businesses. With high interest rates and already rising costs, many hosts are already operating very thin margins, including us. The city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there has been no academic study cited or found that supports a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact that this would have on the city and our businesses. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and can lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policy should reflect that. It is unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without adding further hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration. Again, my name is Danielle George, 817-69.
The next is from Tom Vigilero.
Hello, this is Tom Vigilero. I'm a local resident and Airbnb host located at 1500 Main Street, Unit 307. Calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m., specifically Agenda Item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transit lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many hosts are already operating at very thin margins. The city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there has been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysts, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policy should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without adding hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Voicemail number 8 is from Stephen Willis.
Yes, my name is Stephen Willis, 1002, apartment number 302, Enterprise Drive in Lynchburg. I'm calling in reference to tomorrow's City Council meeting, the 27th of May, related to Agenda Item 4.7, related to the increase in tax. That tax hike is very concerning to me. It's a tax hike that doesn't even rival larger cities that have greater population base and more money. We already are currently struggling to deal with issues related to interest rates. And I sincerely believe that if this tax hike takes place on behalf of people like me who are running Airbnb businesses, that it is going to deeply impact our ability to continue to do what we're doing. We feel like that we're providing a service to our community, and for you guys to raise that, I think in the long run, research is going to show that the actual tax amount of money that's going to be received will actually go down and not go up. So that's my concern. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
The next one's from Kelly Ayers.
Hello, this is Kelly Ayers. I am calling about the agenda number 7. Meeting date is May 27th. It's concerning the transit tax. I am a local resident and Airbnb host. I have multiple homes in Lynchburg City. I am encouraging you not to raise the Airbnb tax. Airbnb brings a lot of revenue to our city, and by doing this, this could harm travel and just the local economy. Thank you so much for your consideration. My name is Kelly Ayers.
This next one's from Joshua Dowdy.
Hi, this is Joshua Dowdy, a local resident Airbnb host located at 102 Wind Park Circle, Lynchburg, Virginia, 24502. Calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m. Specifically, agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and raising costs, many hosts are already operating on very thin margins. The city has already been seeing a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policies should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without adding hardship. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Number 11 is from Raymond Bromley.
Hello, my name is Raymond Bromley. I'm a local resident and Airbnb host at 420 Breezewood Drive in Lynchburg. Calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m., specifically calling about agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many of us who own Airbnbs in that area are working on very thin margins. The city's already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue, as I understand it, and raising the rate further could worsen the trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there's been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policy should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow the local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without added hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is from Linda Puri.
Hi, this is Linda Furry, a local resident and Airbnb host located at 400 College Park Drive in Lynchburg. And I'm calling in regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on Monday, May 27th at 7 p.m., or actually Tuesday. Specifically, the agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg and by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many of us are already operating on very thin margins. and the city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further would worsen that trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economical impact this charge would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedents is risky and could lead to an unintended consequence for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policies should reflect that. It is very unreasonable to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without added hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Number 13 is from Roxanne Bromley.
Hi there, this is Roxanne Bromley, a local resident and Airbnb host located at 420 Breezewood Drive in Lynchburg. And I'm calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m., specifically the agenda item number 4.7, which is concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many hosts are already operating on thin margins. This city has seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact that this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policy should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax that exceeds the rate of that of major cities like New York. Please consider this increase, reconsider this increase, and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without an added hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration. Bye-bye.
Next is Michelle Dowdy McCormick.
Hi, this is Michelle Dowdy McCormick, a local resident and Airbnb host located at 102 Wind Park Circle, Lynchburg, Virginia, calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m., specifically agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many hosts are already operating on very thin margins. The city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could even worsen this trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand that the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policy should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without added hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Samuel Patrick LeVar.
Hi, this is Samuel Patrick LeVar, a local resident and Airbnb host located at 50 West Princeton Circle. Calling regarding the upcoming City Council meeting on May 27th at 7 p.m., specifically agenda item 4.7 concerning the proposed increase to the city's transient lodging tax. I respectfully urge you not to raise the lodging tax on short-term rentals. Airbnb and similar platforms bring significant value to Lynchburg by driving tourism and supporting our local businesses. With high interest rates and rising costs, many hosts are already operating on a very thin margin. The city has already seen a decline in lodging tax revenue. Raising the rate further could worsen the trend by discouraging travel and reducing occupancy. Additionally, there have been no academic studies cited or found that support a tax increase of this size. Without any data-driven analysis, we have no reliable way to understand the true economic impact this change would have. Making such a significant policy decision without supporting research or precedent is risky and could lead to unintended consequences for our community. Lynchburg is still a growing city, and our tax policies should reflect that. It's unreasonable for us to consider a lodging tax rate that exceeds that of major cities like New York. Please reconsider this increase and allow local hosts to continue contributing positively to our economy without added hardship. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next one I have is from Terry Evans.
Hi, this is Terry Evans for 104 F Street. This message is regarding City Council's May 27th meeting regarding the proposed increase of the transient lodging tax. The current lodging tax rate of Lynchburg is 6.5% plus a $1 nightly fee plus the 5.3% state sales tax. City Council is proposing it to be raised to 12.5% plus a $10 nightly fee and the 5.3% sales tax that would still apply. Currently, the highest tax rate in the state of Virginia is Virginia Beach at 9% with no additional fees per night. And almost every other municipality in the state is at 6 to 8.5%. If passed, Lynchburg would have the highest lodging tax rate in the state by far, and it would surpass New York City. Currently, New York City is at a 10.375% plus $1.50 per night. I don't think that this proposed raise is fair or makes sense for the city of Lynchburg, especially considering it's passing New York City, which we all know how expensive real estate is in New York City. So I don't think it really makes sense to increase our tax rate above what the typical amount in the state of Virginia is, which would be 6 to 8%. Thank you, and have a good evening.
And lastly, I found Kim Colquitt.
Rental owner here in Lynchburg. Hi, my name is Cam Colquitt, and I'm a short-term rental owner here in Lynchburg. My property is at 910 Harrison Street, 24504 in the downtown area, and I'm calling about the council meeting this coming Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, and particularly the public hearing regarding the proposed increase in the city of Lynchburg's transient lodging tax. The big thought I'd like to communicate with just a few simple reasons that follow is that I don't think it'll actually accomplish your intended goal, which is to account for the projected budget shortfall in a way that's not detrimental to the local citizens. I want to share a few reasons as to why, and also along the way, I want to gently suggest in a friendly manner that it reflects somewhat of a self-awareness of the city of Lynchburg and the attractiveness of our tourism, as well as a lack of awareness of the consequences of such an adjustment to your local citizens. 5 simple reasons why I don't think it'll accomplish your intended goal. Number one, Lynchburg will become the most expensive lodging destination in Virginia. At this proposed rate, it would surpass Virginia Beach and Charlottesville in lodging taxes, which are premium tourist destinations with higher demand. In fact, it would actually make Lynchburg lodging taxes higher than New York City. Number two, it disproportionately hurts short-term rental owners and budget travelers. A guest staying 3 nights in a $90 a night short-term rental under the old tax would have paid $17.55. Under the new proposal would pay a 150% increase of $44. This would hit working class travelers, college visitors, and normal families the hardest, the very groups that are more price sensitive and more likely to choose Lynchburg over more expensive cities. Number three, it would discourage tourism and reduce overall economic activity. Your intent is to raise revenue without taxing local citizens. This move could actually backfire. Higher costs could result in fewer visitors. Fewer visitors results in less money spent at local restaurants, coffee shops, gas stations, and events, and the net result could be less revenue and no significant gain for the city in reality. Number four, short-term rental hosts are local citizens, and this tax hurts us. The reality is there's simply a ceiling to our prices. At some point, it does hurt us. And this flat $10 a night fee plus the percentage increase makes hosting less viable, which will mean either less money in host pockets or, in reality, more hosts selling their properties and fewer people getting into Lynchburg's short-term rental industry, which again results in less economic activity for the city. And finally, it undermines regional competitiveness. Nearby destinations with lower lodging taxes like Roanoke, Bedford, and Charlottesville will become more attractive. Sports tournaments, college visit weekends, and events would see lower attendance, especially from families who decide to day trip or stay outside the city limit because of the high costs. Thank you for this consideration.
Those are all the voicemails that I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, public hearing is now closed. May I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a motion to deny the proposed tax increase.
I'll second. I was going to make the same motion, but I'll second.
If I could speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
So this proposed tax hike could force hotels to raise room rates by $15 to $30 per night. This is a cost the market may not support. If hotels or Airbnbs could sustainably charge this amount, they likely would already. Meaning the hotel industry will likely absorb much of this increase, impacting bottom lines and possibly even impacting employment. It threatens small businesses, restaurants, and service workers reliant on tourism revenue. City staff's recommendation of a $1 million lodging tax revenue reserve underscores these risks. Yet no similar safeguard is proposed for the meals tax, which could decline if hotel stays drop. I'm committed to protecting our local economy and its jobs. Instead of increasing burdens on individuals, families, and businesses, the city should prioritize reducing discretionary spending. This proposal attempts to balance a bloated budget on the backs of the hospitality and tourism industry and residents, entrepreneurs, and the Airbnb industry, and I strongly oppose it. Lynchburg's general fund relies heavily on lodging and meals taxes, which offset local taxpayer burdens. I'm grateful for the contributions we receive from the city's transient lodging tax already, and the dollars spent by consumers of the tourism industry on our local restaurants and small businesses. In the last fiscal year, we received roughly $44 million between meals tax, sales and use tax, and amusement tax. And I would bet that a nice chunk of that is coming from people staying in hotels in our tourism industry, and I don't want to put that at risk. I want to avoid the unintended consequences from this proposal. One that I heard today and then again this evening was a local CEO of one of our major stakeholders that said, with this increase, we could be forced to no longer hold conferences and events in our city, where this headquarters is for this company. And we don't want to do that. We want people to come here and we want people to spend their money in Lynchburg. While I understand the merits behind this proposal, I'm concerned it's going to shock the local industry in a way that we can't measure. And for these reasons, I'm not willing to put our local economy at risk with this proposal. These revenue streams could be impacted by this proposal, the additional revenue streams, sales and use tax, meals tax, amusement tax. It could also impact employment for our city's residents in these industries as well. I request my peers deny this proposed tax increase, and then we work together, roll up our sleeves, find ways to reduce discretionary spending in our city's operating budget instead of perpetuating the tax and spend policies that citizens sent us here to stop. Let's deny this tax increase. Let's deny the next one. Let's restore fiscal sanity, and let's ensure that government lives within its means just like the individuals, families, and businesses of our city do every single day.
Ms. Jimmer?
Thank you. I feel like there's a false belief in the room that, and I oppose this, by the way, I seconded the motion, but I feel like there's a false belief in the room that this tax proposal is for the sake of meeting the budget needs. No, this potential proposed tax increase is actually to support a 16% tax increase that I oppose. And I oppose that tax increase for the same reason that I oppose this tax increase, because if you look at the reasons brought forward by the business community today, we'll recognize that it drives people away. It will drive customers away, and it will drive home ownership away. It will make housing unaffordable in Lynchburg if we don't move towards equalization. In addition to that, there's a lot of discussion about comparison with other cities, and that's very valuable. But in our discussion today, we talked about the counties, and that's valuable because they are our immediate neighbors. We have to take into account where the counties are, even though we are a city, because they are our immediate neighbors, and that's where our competition is. That's why there's so much business in Forest. That's why Forest is booming, is because they're our immediate competition. in addition to that, there was discussion about thin margins for the business community. Well, our homeowners and our families currently have very thin margins. And so that is why I support not moving forward with this tax increase. It's also why I support not moving forward with a 16% tax increase on our real estate tax. And I'd like to speak to that a little bit further because I've got the business community in here, and I do not have the business acumen that you do, but I like to read business books. I really enjoy them. And one of the charts that I very much enjoy has to do with the growth or trajectory of a business. And as you move towards the zenith, if you will, there's always a plateau. And with that plateau, you either have to reimagine yourself in some way, or you move into decline. We've seen it with Sears, right? They didn't keep up with the times. There was a plateau, then there was a decline. The interesting thing, though, is that government does not have that same pressure or demand. It is only in government that an increase in revenues, as will be the case with equalization, because there is still a projected increase in city revenues from the previous fiscal year, that is seen as a crisis. If you have revenue growth in a business, if you have revenue growth in a household, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And so now what the discussion that we are often having, because it becomes muddled by the flash and lights of the changing of the discussion, is we're looking at, with equalization, we still have a revenue increase projected in this city for the next fiscal year from the previous fiscal year. But that is going to be compared with this conversation of we don't have enough money to balance the budget. Well, that is simply untrue. And it largely comes back to, what are our priorities within the city? Is it the citizens, or is it growing government? And are we willing to do the hard work that our business community is doing, that our household is doing, and prioritize where we need to move in the course of, do we need to cut in an area and grow in another area? Do we need to revision how we approach things as a city in various capacities? I think that pressure is good. I think it creates growth. And I want to leave it with this. Inflation is a hidden tax for government, because the cost of all the transactions go up. But the demand on the family also goes up. The margins are slimmer for the family, but because the cost of the transactions goes up, it creates greater revenue for government, and it becomes a hidden tax. And so that's why we're seeing a proposed 16% tax increase on our real estate tax. And that's, again, why we're also talking about the potential tax increase when it comes to lodging. It is not, again, it is, sorry, I'm passionate, and I do better walking around when I'm passionate rather than sitting in a seat. So my mind's going all over the place because I can't move my feet. Thanks, Dr. Wilder. I appreciate the head nod with that one.
Ms. Reed?
Well, one second. I'm going to wrap up. No, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm going to just recap right at the end. I promise. I'll tie it up. So I want to dispel the rumor, the false assumption that I believe is in the room, and understandably so, that the proposal that has been brought forward regarding raising the lodging tax is in order to balance a budget. That's not the case. It's not necessary. It is being brought forward because there's a 16% real estate tax increase on the table, and there's a desire to shift that in another direction. And myself, and I know a number of my colleagues, are saying we don't need either. And we need to value our community. And just as citizens or outside visitors will not come because of a lodging tax increase, we will lose population with a real estate tax increase. Growth happens when you respond to the market and you respond to the economy. And we have turbulent economic times, so let's honor our citizens, let's honor our business community, and trust them to grow. Thank you.
Mr. Ferrari.
Mr. Mayor, I want to have a hard conversation, clarify at least where I'm coming from, emphasize that I hear everything that's been shared, and then hopefully arrive at a place where we can all move forward in a way that keeps the ball moving forward. And I would hope all of us can agree, at least where I'm coming from, what I'm about to say, that's my foundation. First and foremost, I disagree similarly, but arrive at a different place. I disagree with the notion of comparing us to New York City, sure, on a real estate, on a lodging tax rate, but I'm pretty sure the sheer amount of hotels affords New York City to have a lower rate in general. So let's try to look at Lynchburg comparative cities, Roanoke, Harrisonburg. If you really want to compare us to Virginia Beach, even though that's still a stretch, and I have a list of things I've made from listening to people. I've heard someone compare this to be a major red flag. Yeah, sure, and use that as a negative. I'll concede that point. Some might see that as you doing something different intentionally. We have to do something different. And it ties to the next point. I personally know of one constituent whose home has doubled in value, which means whatever assessment we do, how do you make that work? That's hard. This is not an easy conversation because I've talked to this constituent countless times over my 5.5 years on council. How do I represent her in balancing not just a 16% hike, but balancing my actual promises, my actual commitments to pay firefighters, teachers, cops more, and save an elementary school from being torn down? That's a hard conversation. Why is this needed? That was a question. Yes, it's because I am trying to balance out the representation of those who I door knocked like 10, 12 times last year to offset the dollars for this budget. Sidebar, anytime we advertise a public hearing, we have to set the maximum of what council could do. So right now it's 12.5% and $10 a night. It doesn't mean that's what gets adopted. I want to emphasize that. I don't support $10 a night. I want to clarify that. But by law, we have to market what our max is. So for clarity, that gives us, council, the opportunity to adopt lower than that. Anything above that, we'd break the law. So, it's interesting to me too, because I've done a ton of research on this. I looked to our hoteliers, all of you. What increases are you expecting to pay on real estate if we have a higher rate? Would you prefer to pay more of an upfront capital cost on that versus charging those? And I'm seeing head nods, okay. I'm seeing dramatic increases in some cases. Some of our other hotels, I've done some research, actually go down in value. I thought that was interesting. Some in the Wards Road corridor, I was perplexed by that because I'm balancing, again, that with the constituent who told me my house, and I looked it up, it's true, my house has doubled in value. How does the multi-million-dollar hotel, $15 million hotel, go to 14 million two, but her house has gone up $200,000? Again, just I want you to hear at least where I'm coming from. I got to admit, I don't know if Megan's still here. I'm a little bit disappointed in the alliance. There was a phrase said, "We won't support any increase, period." At least from, I'm looking for my, they may have left, the Hotel Lodging Association. There he is. I remember you from Richmond. At least in the letter that we received from them, it's like, hey, we're open to talk, we'll figure out what works, but across the board from another organization, no, we won't do anything. Wait a minute. Clearly, we're trying to make the right decision here and understand the outcomes. Saying, no, we're not going to do anything whatsoever, well, okay, so now what are our options? I think that's rather disappointing, to say the least. There was a request for a detailed audit. It happens every year. It's on the city website. Matter of fact, I made it even easier. If you go to my website, I made a direct link to it. It's on the resources tab. Click on it and read it. Ultimately, no, I don't support what we marketed. I've been working with city staff to try to find solutions that don't incorporate everything that was published. But here's the full transparency, and I'll conclude by saying this. If council shoots this down, okay, equalization becomes that much harder to achieve. Why? Because from what has been proposed to what could be adopted at equalization, we're talking about a larger gap. I campaigned on multiple fronts. Chief among them was to save an elementary school from closing in my district, to pay teachers more. And I've also made commitments on multiple budget cycles to law enforcement, firefighters. Of those items, they're not negotiable for me, guys. If you want to go into anything else related to the budget, I'm game. I want to offset as much as I can and get the real estate to equalization. I know that's a slightly different topic, but they're tied. But if we, to go with my main point, if we reject this right now, from a parliamentary standpoint, if this fails 4-3, only those who voted to kill it can bring it back up. And I think that destroys any option for negotiation, for compromise, or even the requests from some who've emailed us saying at least have a conversation with stakeholders to suss this out a little bit more. Unless there's a political objective by some on council to make that happen. I don't know. But if the motion is right now for 12.5 and 10 to be killed, yeah, sure. But just know, that's where I'm at. I've laid it out. That's my list of things that I won't negotiate on. And until we can figure all of it out together, I don't care if it's 20 cents or $1.20, I'm not voting for any real estate rate. Period. This is my final thing. I've requested twice in writing, multiple times in person. I need to know from what has been proposed in this budget, is council willing to remove? Not a word. In fact, I've gotten dodged the question, didn't even address it at all. Sorry, I asked again, in writing. It'll be on my website tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when it updates, and you can read the email there. What from the proposed budget are you not willing to do? I want equalization. I don't want to have to do all this. I've asked for creative solutions, and I've heard no legitimate responses. I want to do this. So if we want to vote on this now, by all means. But if I have to parliamentary my way to keep it alive by voting with you, I'll do it. Thank you.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you. First of all, I'm so thankful to see the business community here tonight. You're wonderful, and you're what makes our city function and thrive. Our city was built on business. It's what made us one of the most prosperous cities in America at one time. So thank you. Thank you for believing in Lynchburg, for continuing to invest in our city. I love that you're here. Some of you don't live in the city, but the Ronks invest in our city. Thank you, Mr. Ronk. Thornhills, the Boswells, Calfees, Hendersons, the investors in the Virginian, our Airbnb owners, our realtors. Acorn Hill, is she still here? Yes, you are. Super Rad, Janae, I think she left. Anybody else that I left out? I'm sorry, our new investors in the Hillcats, let's see, you're here. Mike, you're here with the Yes, the White Hart, sorry. I'm thinking school board right now. So anyway, all of y'all here, I appreciate that, and we do appreciate our business owners. Mr. Fees, so here's the deal. Councilman Feraldi just outlined a lot. What we're trying to do here is balance, y'all. It's balance and compromise. I respect his creative approach to try to do something to meet the desires and requests of, again, the citizens across the city. Because the reality is we're trying to get you the real estate rate as low as possible with still providing the things that the city recommended in this budget. And like he just said, if we don't come up with a creative solution, what comes off of what's been proposed are significant things. It's paying our teachers. It's our first responders. It's what had been proposed on this operational budget was helping our senior disabled population have additional relief, have additional tax relief. We had a giant number of people come and speak here that were on fixed incomes talking about how devastating the real estate tax was going to be to them. And so that was something that was addressed in this budget. That would go away. So a lot of things that were addressed in this budget, this proposed budget, are good. And what Councilman Feraldi has said is, if there wasn't some type of alternative revenue stream addressed, then those things would have to come off of that budget. So while we've heard you loud and clear, and I agree, the rates that were advertised way too high, and it may not happen tonight. That was the intent of it. So if this gets shot down tonight, the votes aren't there, we'll have to go to then looking at the real estate rate and deciding what that needs to be in order to provide what needs to be done for the city in the areas that a lot of us campaigned on and the things that are crucial to the city. We have the raises for our city employees on there. So do we take those, do we take that away? Do we take the raises to our teachers away? Do we take away the raises to our law enforcement community, our first responders, our EMS away? I know someone mentioned the audit, like Councilman Feraldi said, the audit's been done. We've been talking about areas that can be modified and cuts that can be made. But does that equal millions and millions and millions to get us to equalization? No. So that, I just want to give some explanation on to why this came about. And it wasn't to punish any certain area. It was just a creative concept that came to the table. We love our hotel industry. We love our businesses. So that's just where this kind of concept came from. One of the things I did want to address as far as growth in the city that I think we should be excited about, and I mentioned it, we're going to be voting on it a little bit later. Hillcats, what you're going to be doing. Our amphitheater, we're super excited about. And again, the continued investments. We voted tonight on additional homes being built. So clearly there is growth coming to the city because people are moving here and they're going to be buying the homes that these developers are projecting to be here. So that's exciting. But I wanted to at least give you all a backstory, and if we don't find balance and compromise, and again, take this vote off the table, when we go to talk about the real estate tax, if we don't figure out how to balance and compromise, we're gonna be in trouble. If we keep going to extremes one way or the other, in previous councils, there was no compromise on bringing rates down. And then 2 years ago, we went way down and didn't have conversations. We have got to be willing to have a conversation where we are willing to compromise on these tax rates, y'all. I know people don't like hearing that, but only 49% of the city are homeowners. And this real estate rate, every time we talk about this, we have other taxes we don't talk about. And I know it's important, but we continue to do these extremes, and we just don't want to work together. We don't want to work together. So we listened to our business owners tonight, and I appreciate everything y'all said. We heard you. It was an effort to try to compromise and bring some balance, but we have to be willing to do it here in a little while, too. That's all.
Ms. Timmer?
I want to go over to the capital improvement plan for a moment, and this will tie in, it's important. This will tie into some of Mr. Feraldi's comments and why this is a part of the whole conversation that we're having here tonight. Because it is important that we have these conversations. I greatly appreciate that. So in a memo that we received from city staff on March 18th of this year, I'm going to read a quote. And built in 1986, the pool will be a 40-year-old structure next year and reaching its useful life. Patches or repairs are not able to offer any warranties or assurances that leaks will not continue to occur. Fixing leaks alone will require a full demo and rebuild of existing pool and its infrastructure. Some of you may have read, or some of you may have known, that I've reached out to the YMCA and I've been having discussions with them, actually based on a comment from Mr. Feraldi in a work session. I thought it was a great idea. How can we expand the access to the community by keeping it open to the public with greater hours through someone that has expertise and wants to serve the community and still reduce the tax impact of that potential asset to the city? And so in exploring that option, I received an email this morning from National Pools, and National Pools has been the primary vendor for that pool. They did the remodel back in 2007, and I quote, "Ultimately, with a new gutter system, this pool is a good candidate for renovation for another 15 to 20 years of use." Businesses do not have the flexibility or the luxury to tear down and rebuild in the same way that government often does, because there's a compulsory element to government. If you look at a household, I don't get to just go to my neighbor and say, today I need a greater income, so fork it over. That luxury is not available to me as when I worked in business, when I worked as a nonprofit director. It is not affordable to my household. It is what government is able to do, though. And as we're receiving this input on the pool and other areas that we are assessing within the budget, there is incongruent information that I have received in one area, but as I have gone directly to vendors or the Department of Transportation or other areas, there has been new information that I have received that has been presented that allows another path that is possibly $7 million or more less expensive, not to mention the debt service on that. In addition to that, there is flexibility sometimes between different pots of money, whether it's fungible or not. Some things are directly to a particular project, but some monies we receive from the state or federal have a level of fungibility. And so as I've approached different departments, again, sometimes there's fungibility that is not always represented to us that we need to assess as we look at these budgets. So I want to acknowledge that and address that as Mr. Feraldi is calling for creativity. There is creativity available in how we approach some of these things, again, through public-private partnerships, but also being willing to get into the weeds of what something actually costs and what the burden of that will actually be on our citizens, because we can't afford to run government as business as usual. We need to run government with the recognition that it is responsible to the citizens and our business community in how we conduct ourselves. So again, I do not support the increase on the lodging tax, and I am a proponent of equalization, which I would like to say is not an extreme, because again, there is still an increase in city revenue from the previous fiscal year. Thank you.
Mr. Wilder.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. Instead of, I think, what was it, was listed as 12% or whatever, 12? What is the current rate?
The maximum on the lodging tax. That's a tax on the room rate, and $10 was the maximum on the bed tax or the daily tax
And the
charged for
current
the room rate.
Yes, and the current rate is 6.5?
6.5 and $1.
So why don't we do a compromise and say 8.5%? And then instead of $10, like say $7 per night. Again, if we're gonna have to find some kind of a way to compromise. If not, when we get to the real estate tax rate, if they want to equalize the tax rate, then it means we cut positions. There's gonna be less money for our schools, less money for our police department and various other departments. If we don't do something else, and we talk about the levers, if we don't make some adjustment to those levers, we're gonna have a situation. Over the past 20 years, we have seen substantial growth in our community, substantial growth in investments in our community. If we don't continue to see our community grow, all of a sudden now we want to shut everything down. So in order to do that, we're going to have to do something to do a compromise. I look back over 2 years ago, the real estate tax rate was $1.11. We didn't listen to staff recommendations. We went from $1.11 to like 89 cents, I believe. 89 cents, a major decrease. And then you hear staff say, well, we don't have money for this. We don't have money for bridges. We talk about school system and schools and building infrastructure and building construction problems. We say, oh, why is the school run down? Why is this building run down? Because there's no funds to do those things, and they keep putting things along the way. When I was on the school board, almost 20 years ago, Sandusky Elementary School was on the construction plan to be renovated. Here it is some 20 plus years later, it's still on the plan to be renovated because we haven't had the money to do so, and things have been pushed aside. So I'm suggesting this as a compromise to see, can we pull some of the levers? I'm not lower the tax rate so low, but use a lever and make a difference. Thank you.
Mr. Deemer.
Do I have a second?
Oh, yeah, he needs a second.
Needs a second.
I guess not.
No.
I tried.
Yes, you tried. But I heard them growl.
It's okay, Sterling, I've been there, it's all right.
Oh, I'm good.
I heard them growl. They won't go for 8.
So we're still on the original motion.
Yeah.
I mean, the motion dies if I don't get a second. Yeah.
So it is. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, I want to thank Councilman Feraldi for the discussion that took place. I take him at his word that it was a legitimate attempt to patch a hole that he thought needed patching. What I don't, and I think it's great that he brought all these folks here tonight to discuss taxes, because one thing we learned tonight is taxes can kill business, kill Airbnbs, kill hotels, kill families that depend on these businesses. And that's a reality. It is also a reality that real estate taxes can kill families. And those are the little guys I want to speak for right now. They have spoken loudly. There have been more people speaking for equalization or lowering our taxes, not increasing our taxes really, not necessarily lowering. We're going to get more revenue even if we equalize. So this scare tactics of firing people and all that, that's not a reality. But we've had more people, citizens, who've spoken on keeping the real estate tax equalized than all the business speakers that we've heard this evening and through our emails speaking to keep from raising extraordinarily our tourism and hotel taxes. They've tried to talk to us up here. I've been listening. I'm definitely listening to them, Mr. Mayor. They're the forgotten man. They're the folks that are struggling week to week, that are on fixed incomes, that are thinking this might be it. I might have to leave Lynchburg. I might have to stop getting this prescription or getting that food or going on, there's no vacations this year or whatever. I mean, they're having to make hard decisions. We've all made hard decisions. And when those decisions face us as a household, we know what's on the table and what we have to do. And what's often lacking in government brains is reducing spending. Now, if it happens to you at home, if you get a reduction in your payroll, you go there first. Most of us do. I'm going to spend less money on this. I'm going to spend less money on that. And there are lots of ways that this government in Lynchburg can spend less money. And regardless of what you've heard, there are a lot of ideas that we can do it. We did it last time when we lowered the real estate rate. We had ideas. The sky did not fall. These scare tactics that we've heard do not, not only did the sky not fall, but they brought in more money and they spent more money. And this time, listen to me. If we equalize, we're going to bring in more tax dollars in Lynchburg. Mark my words. And we're going to spend more in Lynchburg. Mark my words. Not only is the sky not falling, but there's sunshine breaking through. There's some revenue streams that are trending up. There's some things that are happening good in Lynchburg. Lynchburg is full of great business news. We just declared a week as tourism and hotel week. Kind of ironic considering what we've been listening to all night long, right? Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't declare too soon, or maybe we should have declared the whole month tourism and hotel. Maybe that would have helped. I don't know. But I've heard the business community very loud and clear. I think that it's a false choice that you've got to choose to raise this tax up extraordinarily high, or we can't do anything with the real estate. We've got to accept this extraordinarily high tax increase that's been proposed by city staff. I say that's a false choice. There are opportunities for cuts. There are opportunities for reduced spending, not cuts. Let me be clear, reduce spending. This is what we do in our house. We're not going to the Cayman Islands, we're going to Disney. We're going to have a staycation. That's what regular people have to make decisions on, and government should make decisions that way as well. If we can just focus on the fact that taxes kill, and if that's the only lesson we heard tonight, I hope we heard that loud and clear. I will read something out of our rules because I tend to be a rules person. Parliamentary procedure is there for a purpose, but what it's not there for is to overcome what we're trying to do and accomplish. And in section 1.2-C, it says the council's actions should be the result of a decision on the merits and not on a manipulation of the procedural rules. So parliamentary procedures have their place, but if we're playing games, we need to remember that these games actually affect real people and can hurt people. And I don't want to forget those people. I think they need to be heard. They have spoken loudly, even louder than what we heard tonight. So don't accept the false choice, colleagues, that suddenly you got to choose between these two worst of two evils. There are options. We'll be happy to discuss them. There's a lot of people that don't get automatic raises every year, and when they hear that certain sectors of the government economy is getting an automatic raise, they're like, well, I don't get that. Why do they get that? So there's options, there's opportunities to talk, and I want to have those discussions. Absolutely. So thank you.
Matt.
Apologies. I have one thing I wanted to add that I hope will be helpful for City Council. Vice Mayor is correct as it relates to voting on merits versus doing a motion to reconsider to bring something back up. Certainly you can do that, but what I wanted to offer as an option is if there is an interest from any membership on here on tabling the matter to a certain date, that would be easier than a motion to reconsider, because if you were to do a motion to reconsider after it's failed, I do believe there would be another public hearing requirement, because we would have to handle it from a new increase standpoint.
Yes, sir.
If I was to direct my comments to you, it's responding to the Vice Mayor. I'll only say this. I would love to know what those cuts are. And if I can get on board with them, you'll see me smiling and voting for equalization in a heartbeat. On May 21st, 2025 at 4:39 p.m., I responded to all of City Council with some staff. Of what has been proposed, what will you remove from the balance, to balance the budget? Response from the Vice Mayor at 10:27 p.m. Why did the experts propose so much more? The next morning, 8:50 a.m., I respond with the same question because it was not answered, and it still hasn't been answered tonight. Of what has been proposed, what will you remove to balance the budget? And I would submit that again for the record. What is to be removed? with that in mind, we have a lot more to do, and it's almost 11. I do encourage us to take a vote and move forward.
Yes.
Thank you. Just to kind of speak to what you said, so if somebody wanted to do that, they would have to do a substitute motion to table, something to that effect? Okay. All right, just wanted to clear that one up. And look, let's be clear about what we're talking about. We're not talking about cutting anything. We're talking about preventing increases, tax increases. We're preventing a tax increase on the lodging industry right now if this passes. If we equalize the real estate tax rate, we're preventing a tax increase on our citizens. That's what we're doing. It's a net tax increase. That's all I have to say.
I make a motion that we table this until the next meeting, because we have other things, we have other discussions for the rest of the evening, and it's 11 o'clock.
Substitute motion?
So is that your substitute motion, Mr.
Yes.
Is anybody going to second that?
I hate a substitute motion.
No, but it failed.
Yeah, so
It didn't fail. It was never
Failed.
substituted in second.
Can I get a second to table this to the next meeting? No? Well, then we'll vote.
Restate the original motion, which is to
Can,
deny the.
can you restate the original
Yes,
motion?
sir. The motion that's currently on the table is to deny the adoption of the ordinance.
Let us vote.
All right, need to take a vote now.
My machine down.
Might have been too long in the hold, so let me reset. All right, we'll start now. One moment, please. The motion passes 4-3.
Mr. Mayor, having voted on the prevailing side by which this motion to deny passed, I make a motion that it be reconsidered and inserted as a part of the agenda on item number 621 in conjunction with the real estate discussion. That's my motion.
I'm sorry.
I didn't vote.
Okay. Would you like to verbally cast your vote? It registered this.
Yeah, I voted yes.
Okay. For the record, the motion will be passed 5-2.
Again, I reinstate my motion.
You reinstate your motion. So this will be added to the,
Requires a second.
it requires, do we have a second? What was your motion?
The motion is having voted on the prevailing side by which it was denied, I'm making a motion that it be reconsidered and added to the agenda under general business, item number 6.21, in conjunction with the real estate tax rate.
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor, and a second would be required before any discussion.
Except for a point of order.
Second.
He seconded before the point of order.
So,
What is the point of order?
this, I believe, is exactly what the mayor, or excuse me, the vice mayor spoke about, that this is a manipulation of the procedural rules to try to tie together two agenda items, rather than consider them, because each item presented for consideration is entitled to a full and free discussion. That's another point in our basic principles underlying the rules of procedure. If we combine two items on the agenda together, where we say we can't consider one without considering the other, it's denying that ability for us to have a full and free discussion about that agenda item. And I believe that it is a manipulation of the procedural rules to try to tie one thing to the other. And what that's doing is presenting a binary choice that's a false choice that doesn't exist.
Point of order.
You can't have 2 points of order on the floor.
You can't.
You can roll on this if you want.
Yes, okay, let me straighten something out here. We were talking about the lodging tax and the real estate tax at the same time. So we were doing this.
We were not voting on a motion like that.
We were talking about equalization and the lodging tax at the same time. It was happening.
There was no motion.
It wasn't a motion, but we were doing it.
But we're talking about the actual transaction of business, the agenda item for us to consider.
Yes.
What's being presented right now is saying we can't consider one without the other. And that is, in my opinion, a manipulation of the procedural rules to prevent us from having an independent, free, and fair discussion, full and free discussion that we're entitled to as the basic principles underlying the rules of procedure, right on page 1, section 1-2. And it's saying that we can't have a discussion and a vote on the real estate tax rate unless there's some sort of other tax considered with it. That's the way that I see this. I think it's a violation of our rules, and I ask you to
You need to rule on his.
rule on the point of order.
If it makes,
Mr. Mayor, you need to rule on his point.
if it makes it easier, you can just put it after the real estate discussion.
We will bring it back.
It's fine.
We have to vote on it.
Point of order.
I find it interesting that I'm the one who point of order all the time
What's
because
that?
they don't know what to do.
My point of order is what I've just said multiple times, Mr. Mayor.
Same
It's
thing I said.
violation of section 1-2 of our rules of procedure that says the council's actions should be the result of a decision on the merits and not a manipulation of the procedural rules. Only one subject may claim the attention of the council at a time. One subject, not two tax rates. That's two subjects. And each item presented for consideration is entitled to a full and free discussion. Those are right on the basic underlying rules of procedure. We just had a public hearing about the lodging tax. It failed, it was denied. Now, the next item on our agenda is the real estate tax.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Point of order is, the proper way to deal with it is if later during the discussion they want to amend, they can do it at that time, but to try to conjoin two issues together in a motion like this breaks every rule.
Chris, Mr. Ferrari took his motion off the table.
No, I didn't.
You did?
I said, then fine, add it after real estate for
Right.
all I care.
You can do that.
We can do that. We can amend the agenda to have it brought back up, okay?
Well, not amend the agenda, you can amend the motion.
Now, I've got a
Amend the motion.
$5 bet. If I get another point of order, I win $5.
This is not a game.
Okay.
Well, I know, but like, guys, it's okay. We can figure this out. I reinstate my motion, which is, again, that we consider this right after real estate.
Okay.
Since real estate's the primary conversation, then we can talk about the other item.
It's been voted on.
So what's your ruling?
What's that?
What's your ruling?
On his point of order. and so
On your
on.
point of order. We're gonna move forward.
Okay.
You don't need vote.
There's a motion and a second on the table.
Yes.
The motion is to reconsider the failed lodging tax rate ordinance we just handled, and it sounds like Councilman Feraldi's okay with it being directly after the real estate tax rate as an
Yes.
additional item.
Yes.
So that's what's on the table for the vote.
Who seconded that?
Councilor Wilder.
Councilman Wilder. Okay, let's vote to bring it back after the real estate tax.
All right, initiating vote now.
Y'all gonna be here all night.
motion passes 4-3. Okay. Moving on to the next section, which is public comment. Speakers have 3 minutes to talk. If you're speaking for a group, you have 5 minutes. City Council listens to your comments and may ask the city manager to follow up. Citizens often have different opinions. To make sure everyone feels comfortable speaking, there is no applause, cheers, or jeers. Do not intimidate, insult, or disrupt others. Do not use profanity, promote businesses, or campaign for office. Agenda item number 8. Hear from a group representative regarding how to identify trouble entities, identify probable solutions, and target corrective actions before they manifest into critical mass for the youth in our city. Diva Garland, Shifting the Narrative, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I will tell you this is my first time ever coming to a City Council meeting, and I have learned so much. It's been interesting. My name is Diva Garland. I am the founder of Shifting the Narrative. I am also a longtime resident of the city of Lynchburg. I was actually a foster kid in this city. I was a ward of the state. The city of Lynchburg were my parents. I opened a business called Shifting the Narrative, located inside of the Bank of the James on the 16th floor, to help our youth in the city. The News and Daily Event actually posted my story October of 2008. And I'm going to share a little bit of my story with you. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I know you guys are tired and probably hungry like me. At the age of 5 years old, I was a rape victim. I went to the foster care system at the age of 13. By 13 and a half, social services had labeled me a professional runaway, and they were not lying. Every group home in the city of Lynchburg that housed females was my residence. Those young adults that we see, well, we used to see more of them, that are posted on the entrance ways of Walmart that are missing could have been me. I want to turn around and talk to y'all, because I don't want to just talk to our city councilman, I want to talk to you guys too, all right? I created a business called Shifting the Narrative. A lot of our youth in this city, they're dealing with so much past trauma. Their families are dealing with trauma. They're dealing with anger issues. No one wants to deal with them. I'm trying to catch these young adults before they go to the detention center. Why? Because it's my tribe. I was them. I walked in their shoes. I was that child that was raped. I was that molested teen in a foster home. I was that high school dropout. I was that teen pregnancy. Sleeping in abandoned buildings and stealing food out of stores was the norm for me back in the day. It's what I knew. I am currently working at Old Dominion Job Corps. I've been there for the last 8 years. And I was also a student there. And I work with my tribe every single day. In my business, Shifting the Narrative, I've created several different seminars. One is Shifting the Narrative. Where are you now? The mirror doesn't lie. Rewriting my story, breaking the cycle, mindset over mess, and then I tie it back up to Shifting the Narrative, because their mindsets are going to be different. I'm trying to reach those who are close to being written off due to their past traumas and behaviors. Children do what they're taught, whether we're teaching it to them on purpose or not. I just wanted the city to know that I am here and I'm a resource. And I really feel like I can make a difference because, like I said, they're my tribe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, hear from a citizen regarding appreciation of 2 specific departments. Dr. Beth White. Please restate your name and locality of residence.
Dr. Beth White, Ward 3, this time of night, I think.
I'm going to be like Henry VIII told each one of his wives, I'm not going to keep you long. How many of you have worked for a boss that no matter what you do, you only hear complaints and never an ounce of gratitude? Many people would throw up their hands and walk out. Now imagine if you had several bosses. What would that look like for you? What about 82,000 bosses? Yet that is what our city manager, who does not sit there, so Greg, you get to take this. But that is what our city manager has to do every single day. He is responsible not only for running the city, but is the boss of over 1,200 employees. In the time that I have known not only he, but his incredible staff, they always have a smile on their face and a willingness to answer questions. In all the years that I have lived here, I've never seen a city manager do something like the budget and brews, where he meets with citizens and answers their many questions. So to Mr. Benda and team, thank you for what you do. Perhaps I can treat you to a Lynchburger with a side of fries one Wednesday night. The other person or department that I want to recognize is Margette Upshur and the Office of Tourism and Economic Development. As someone who has personally led history-based tours of our city over the last 11 years myself, I am always appreciative of those who want to come and visit here. We need to make sure that we have reasons for tourists to visit us. Margette and her team make sure that there are exciting and various events or attractions for visitors to check out. Personally, I would highly recommend the Lynchburg Museum System because you can learn about our storied past. There have been a number of companies that have expanded and thousands of new jobs have come to our area. So to Margette and her team, thank you for all that you do for our city. Maybe I can take them or even y'all on a historical tour of our city. You know, I find it ironic that 40 years ago, just next month, my family and I packed up our car, drove 14 hours down here, drove around the city of Lynchburg literally in a weekend, and then drove back home. We liked what we saw. 2 months later, because of the things that we saw in the city, we moved here. We've been here 40 years. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 10, hear from a group representative regarding the embarrassment of our city council along with our parking authority, making it difficult and not following the rules, and making or deciding on when or what to enforce. Thomas Bradner, 801 Raw Bar, LLC. Please restate your name, group representative, and locality of residence.
Good evening, council, once again. My name is Thomas Bradner. I'm the owner of the 801 Raw Bar, located at downtown Lynchburg on 801 Church Street. I've been a resident of Lynchburg for the past 10 years. I currently live in Ward 4, and my business is in Ward 2. As a new business owner in the city and a proud member of this community, I feel compelled to express my deep concern regarding the ongoing division with our city council. It is both frustrating and disheartening to witness the personal political ideologies, whether it's right or left, interfering with the essential work of our government. The role of the council should be to serve all citizens, regardless of its political stance, and to act in the best interest of our city's future. What's even more troubling is the perception and behavior that creates for our visitors of our city. As a business owner located right across from a busy upscale hotel, the Virginian, I frequently overhear our guests making comments, often jokes, about the dysfunction they perceive in our city's leadership. Some have even stated such division would deter them from choosing to live or invest in our city of Lynchburg. This kind of reputation hurts our city's growth, economy, and overall appeal. It's especially concerning that council members use social media platforms like Living in Lynchburg, which is a very well-viewed site by visitors and such. They share their politically charged opinions or attack citizens, business owners, and voice their concerns. This behavior is unprofessional and unacceptable, especially from those who are elected to serve our community. The city council should be a model of respectful and impartial leadership. In any other workplace, such conduct would not be tolerated. We expect the same from the standard of our local government. Moving on, secondly, our parking enforcement. I want to address the issues that directly impact the downtown businesses' parking. We currently have one full-time parking enforcement officer that works daytime and a part-time that works 15 to 20 hours a week. That's another way for us to gain revenue. If we put more feet on the ground and enforce parking, that brings more customers to the downtown district. That is more tax dollars coming through our businesses to our city. There's some of our fix. Why don't we have parking enforcement at nighttime? Why don't we have parking enforcement on the weekend? I know we all hate the parking authority, of course. I've been ticketed as a business owner. Okay, so be it. We know we gotta move our cars. We know we gotta park in the right spots. One of our biggest obstacles we have is our locals that live in our downtown district. 5 o'clock hits. They move from their private space to the street parking. A lot of businesses depend on street parking to bring tax dollars into our city. Why not put enforcement on the ground and make those residents stay in their space and leave this space open for our visitors, for our people who are traveling in, to also make more revenue for the downtown, not only for the business owners, but also for the city. That is tax dollars coming into the city's pocket. We don't have parking enforcement at nighttime, and everybody knows that. Even now during the day when we do have parking enforcement, you call for assistance. Unfortunately, we have to call 911 or the non-emergency number because there is no way to talk to anybody in parking enforcement. Of course, it's not priority because our police department has other problems to deal with. So obviously, they're not going to come running every time we call and say, hey, the alley's blocked. My business is located on an alley of 8th Street on the corner. We have an alley that goes up, but also connects it to Court Street. Very narrow turn there, but a very narrow side street as well. I couldn't tell you how many times that I've called and said, hey, our residents or our customers can't get out of my parking lot behind my building during the day because the alley is blocked. 2 hours go by, we might finally see an enforcement officer. By then, they have moved. We've also lost business. With this being said, let's look at some of the bigger picture and the little things as well that we're overlooking. Parking enforcement is necessary. Parking enforcement is needed at least till 11 o'clock at night. And it is more revenue to our city. Let's drive the business more downtown so people have a place to park. People have a place to thrive in our community and enjoy what our beautiful city has to offer. Thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Agenda item number 11, hear from a citizen regarding citizen expectations of council. John Wolfert. Okay, not seeing any movement. Agenda item number 12, hear from a citizen regarding Florida Avenue sidewalk issues. Barbara Mays. Okay. Agenda item number 13, hear from a citizen regarding budget and taxes. John Feast. Please restate your name and locality of residence, Mr. Fees.
Hi, my name's John Fees, and I guess we're the few and the proud at this hour. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My family and I have worked for 45 years to help make Lynchburg as good a place as it can be. Our efforts include setting up the first New York Stock Exchange company on Main Street, being a team member to rebuild the Academy of Fine Arts, numerous community boards. I spent 3 hours at Central before I came here for this meeting, so we continue to put our effort forward. And we helped rebuild Bedford Avenue. We've given millions to charitable organizations in this community. And we have created or maintained thousands of jobs doing some of the things that we've done. We do this because we love this community. We really care. You know, with the dialogue that created, the email dialogue that happened between some members of council and some members of the business community, my phone and my email just blew up. And I could not exaggerate the number of people that reached out to me, whether it be through those types of vehicles or whether it be in a grocery store or a hardware store, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, doesn't matter. So that, you know, there's enough of this. We've had enough. We need to stop the bickering and find a way to work together and reach consensus in the interest of our community. This community has been very tolerant of the City Council trying to get its act together. and you're not there yet. Trying to govern in a fashion that moves our community into the future. You know, and our patience has kind of run out. People are tired, and we want to really strongly express that we want something better. So what does something better look like if we get something better? In my view, it includes respecting the professional work of city management, getting engaged in the budget, having dialogue, and working together on the priorities of the city. Schools, recreation facilities, libraries, infrastructure, public safety. The prior 22-cent rate cut that happened before, by some measures, took $20 million out of the city coffers. It's a big number. You're trying to compete with a city like Danville that gets $30 million a year from a casino. And it really creates a big difference in a direction that happens. Further cuts in a rate have the potential of putting us in a downward spiral that may be hard to recover from. It does not recognize that we need to pay city employees a reasonable income, deal with rising costs that are everywhere. The lights in this room cost more today than they cost last year, and that costs even more than the prior year before. This is just an example. Am I done?
Yes, sir. We want to give Mr. Fees,
Locality. He didn't state his locality.
give him 3 more minutes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, he did.
I don't believe we'll ever get to pay-as-you-go on projects by making the fiscal condition of the city marginal or basic functions. I don't want to live or invest in a community that's marginal. I don't think anybody does. And I don't want to pay a dime in taxes. Never did, never will, never want to. However, it's our civic duty to do so. Compromises, like a small cut in the rate, a few cents, to be able to make it a little bit more reasonable for people on their incomes. And I think the proposal on hotels was kind of extreme. But you can talk to the hotel owners, a few percentage points and maybe $1 or $2 on the room rate, it's not going to hurt their business, and I believe that. Some tightening of our budget could work too. I think some people have brought up examples, and we could certainly do that too. I think nobody getting what they want means that we've reached a compromise solution, and I think people in the community are looking for a compromise solution. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for extending my time a little bit. I surrender the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir.
Agenda item number 14, hear from a citizen regarding current council behavior, small business, and development concerns. Daryl Calfee. Please restate your name and locality of residence.
Daryl Calfee, business owner and real estate owner. Mayor, city, staff, and council. So if we trust our business. Yes, sir.
Could you state your locality of residence, please?
Sure, 1386 Lee Jackson Highway, 24503. Mayor, city, council, staff, so if we trust our business community and these games affect people. Yeah.
Y'all got an address. If anyone wants to know where he lives, they can look it up.
Yeah.
Please reinstate him. I would request to 3 minutes.
Just looking for your locality.
3 minutes.
Lynchburg?
Sure.
You are a Lynchburg resident?
Yes, the businesses that I own and the real estate that
Well,
I
that's not the
own
question
is
I
in
asked.
Lynchburg. Yes, sir.
Where do you live? Your residence?
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to state
1386 Lee Jackson Highway, 24503.
county, city.
He did. He stated his address.
It's pretty simple. County, city.
The mayor's in charge of this. Let the mayor be in charge.
We have a rule. You
Restore-
state your name and your locality. I'm waiting for it.
I said my name is Daryl Calfee. My address is
I didn't
1386
ask for your
Lee
address.
Jackson Highway,
Your
Lynchburg,
locality.
Virginia,
Mayor Taylor.
24503.
It's our rule. We either follow it or we don't. I guess
You're not
we
in
don't.
charge of the council.
Look,
But we have
look,
rules.
Mr. Calfee is speaking. Let him speak, please.
I'm happy to let him speak
Thank-
as long as
thank
we
you.
follow our rules.
Thank you.
Okay? We're not following our rules. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Our games affect people, right?
I'm sorry?
Our games affect people. Tonight, I want to echo the comments of my fellow business peers in the community regarding our ongoing and unacceptable behavior by Mr. Missions. We would not allow this in our boardrooms, and we would not allow this in our homes. We are here to support what the mayor said: stop. Enough is enough. The recent weeks have been the final straws for all of us. We could no longer stand by and watch, and we're the people who have invested, we have mortgaged our homes, we have sweated, and we have bled for this small business community. My colleague Dave Henderson sent a very public outcry to you, media, and staff because it seemed to be the only way to get everyone's attention. Instead of a simple apology, acceptance of wrongdoing, and a commitment to change, we received diversions about brunches and threats about where picnic tables were located, as if you in some way had the ability to change that. And Ms. Timmer and Mr. Deemer, your responses were similar. Instead of opposing the ongoing behavior, you accepted it. We teach our children and our team members a very simple saying in our house, that an apology begins with I and it never ends with but. You have created chaos and fear among this city staff, a group that is now focused on surviving your time in office, who despise coming to work, the work that we all need them to be creatively focused on to move our city forward. They live in daily fear of the next email or phone call awaiting them, being forced to respond to nonsense and wasting our taxpayer time instead of working with us in the business sector to build new and creative environments for our entire community. And yes, Mr. Deemer, we have withheld projects and business ideas that would require us to get this council's approvals. Why? We saw it tonight. If it's not a by right, we just don't trust this unstable group. We are at risk of wasting our own money again and again and again on site plans and fees to develop ideas that just won't make it past this city. Why does any of this matter? Because we demand better. While you argue over a few cents, our sidewalks and schools suffer. We have defunded our futures for a couple bucks a month. And most importantly, you are not good for business. You are repelling new talent and ideas from this city at every meeting. And while some of you like to appear at ribbon cuttings, have you ever considered what the top engineers and teachers and doctors look for when selecting a community? They look for great, well-funded schools, beautiful community spaces, and vibrant, unique entertainment and arts. They look for housing that reflects today's needs, not an old ideal. And they look for warm and welcoming community who care for each other. None of this may seem to matter in this room tonight, but in a future moment where your spouse needs better cancer care, where the child you hold in your arms can't get the help they need in our city, you will painfully be reminded that your actions in this season are to blame because you did not match the promise on the city banners that Lynchburg loves you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, if I may, I'd like the minutes to reflect that the last two speakers, unless they want to prove otherwise, are both Bedford County residents. That's all.
Agenda item number 15,
Point
hear
of
from a
order.
citizen.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
On page 8, section 5.3, public comment rule. Each speaker shall clearly state his or her name and locality of residence. Now, we're either a body that follows our own rules or we're not. And I have no problem with speakers. I want them to speak. But everybody needs to be held to the same level.
He gave his address and his road.
It doesn't say give your address or your road. It says give
Well,
your locality.
anybody that live here know where it's at. That's locality.
My point of order needs to be ruled on. Are we following rule number 5? Or
Matt.
not? Because if we're not, we need to remove it from our document.
Okay, I'm gonna refer you to.
Yeah, Mr. Parliamentarian.
That's correct, but what I would offer is this. These are individuals, coming up to speak. I think in some instances, sometimes we get the name, sometimes we get a locality. There's no penalty on a citizen if they don't follow it. Certainly, Mayor, we try to catch it when we can to make them correct it, but I don't really see anything. He provided an address. There's no appeal process or looking through to see what, to prove someone's locality or their name or who they say they are. Council trusts what they present to them, whoever it is that comes up.
Question. So Bedford County residents can speak here?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it.
Absolutely.
That's it, thank you. Next.
Agenda item number 15, hear from a citizen regarding the future of Lynchburg, Part 1, Peter Sefferati. Please restate your name and locality of residence.
Peter Sefferati, my locale is Ward 1, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Many citizens are concerned about what Lynchburg will look like in the future, and hopefully all you folks, City Council and staff, share those concerns. Today, the state of Lynchburg's infrastructure, neighborhood, schools, finances is problematic. And a big reason for that is the contention, it's a big reason for the contention that we see around here, which we're seeing right now. Lynchburg in 2025 is the future that was created by council and staff actions that were taken decades ago. Now, I doubt that past city leaders were trying to create today's challenges, but here we are because of poor priorities, lack of forward thinking, and inability to understand future consequences and correct mistakes. Every meeting, citizens ask questions and express concerns about decisions that you guys make here. They worry that you all will make mistakes just like the ones which gave us Lynchburg 2025. Now consider the real estate tax rate. It's based on a proposed budget that increases spending just because our home values have increased. That value bump is based on folks with good incomes buying homes here. But higher home values do not increase the incomes of existing homeowners, who will have to scrape together extra money to pay higher taxes. How will that affect future Lynchburg citizens? And I think it's very cavalier for people to just say, oh, we'll just make it a couple more cents. They don't live in everybody else's shoes. I understand that the increased tax assistance program that you promote as a Band-Aid, that actually proves more and more folks can't handle the tax load that you lay on them. And how about all the ones that don't qualify for this assistance? Now, some people have said that businesses which might want to locate to our city would like better schools, libraries, pools, hiking paths, et cetera, and want to pay the higher taxes needed to provide for them. You think this is true? So here's a question. Has any one of you asked the businesses how high the taxes would need to be for them to locate in Lynchburg? This is a ridiculous proposition. Cities that attract major employers offer lower taxation as an incentive. Are companies moving from low-tax Florida to high-tax New York? No, they're heading in the opposite direction. And do I need to mention Bedford and Campbell County? We don't have a revenue problem in Lynchburg. We have a spending problem. There are many budget items that are not necessities, and we just can't afford all of them. Councilman Timmer, you nailed it. Thank you. Please be good stewards with the tax money you take from us. Okay. Surely our city could operate on the same revenue as last year. I would hope that the people who are in charge of the city could manage that. I would also like to point out that many of the negative aspects of higher lodging fees also apply to higher property taxes. Please equalize the tax rate. The taxes on our homes are high enough already. Thank you.
Agenda item number 16, hear from a group representative regarding Lighten Our Burden, Greg Berry, City Elders. Please restate your name, group representative, and locality of residence.
Good evening. My name is Greg Berry, and I'm a resident of Ward 3, and tonight I'm representing the Lynchburg City Elders. To God and His Son, Jesus Christ, be all the praise, honor, and glory. And tonight we need to have some scripture to help us come back together. I'm going to address 1 Kings chapter 12, where it says, the whole assembly of Israel came to Rehoboam and said to him, your father put a heavy yoke on us, but now lighten the harsh labor and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you. Then King Rehoboam consulted the elders who had served his father Solomon. They replied, if today you will be a servant to these people and serve them and give them a favorable answer, they will always be your servants. But Rehoboam rejected the advice the elders gave him, so the king did not listen to the people, and he lost the kingdom. You must listen to the people. In Ecclesiastes chapter 10, there is an evil which I have seen under the sun, and an error that proceedeth from the ruler. Fools sit in high dignity, and rich sit in low place. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth. This is what you are doing by elevating those who contribute nothing to our city, but make demands such as a brand new $10 million pool, when repairs costing 1% of that would be more sufficient to provide a quality recreation facility. If we really care about the underprivileged and the poor, shouldn't we be focusing on providing them with training and education that will give them a path to a productive lifestyle, rather than simply providing a diversion that doesn't address any needs? People leave a pool and return to their poverty where their needs are not addressed. Let's give them something they can be truly proud of. Where is the real answer? The answer rests with God. In Ezra chapter 8, then I proclaimed a fast there, that we might afflict ourselves before our God, to seek of him a way right for us, and for our little ones, and for our substance. So we fasted and besought God for this, and he answered our prayer. If we do this, God will answer us. In Nehemiah 5, we read of the leaders who abused their own people. Verse 4, still others were saying, we have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards, yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery. When I heard their outcry and their charges, I was very angry. So I continued, what you are doing is not right. Should you walk in the fear of our God? Didn't each of you promise to lower taxes? Why are you now trying to raise taxes once again? When you ran for office, you never mentioned that you didn't have the backbone to stick to your promises. Isn't your word more important than compromise? Reconsider your decision that you will be able to say, as Nehemiah did, remember me with favor, my God, for all I have done for these people. Finally, 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. How you treat each other indicates that you have not been following Jesus Christ. That must stop. If you are truly serious about leading the city, I am begging you to call for a citywide period of fasting and prayer, just as 2 Chronicles says. But to do this, each of you must recognize that you have no power of your own, which means humbling yourself and recognizing that all power comes from God and God alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 17, hear from a group representative regarding the tax rate. Ryan Thomas, Common Sense Lynchburg. Please restate your name, group representative, and locality of residence.
Ryan Thomas, Lynchburg, Ward 2. I'll try to make this short. I'm going to skip over some of this. I think any conversation about property taxes, specifically real estate taxes, should start with the acknowledgement that property taxes are fundamentally unjust. The ownership of property is a fundamental right. It's kind of the bedrock of Western civilization, one of the bedrocks. And if you still have to pay a tax to prevent men with guns from confiscating your home, then you don't own a home. You rent it from the government. And that said, we live in a reality in which property taxes are baked into the system. That doesn't make them just, but it's still the reality that we have to contend with. That's why I'm not up here demanding that we dispense with property taxes altogether. I'm an idealist, but I'm also not interested in tilting at windmills. However, we still can't get away from the simple fact that property taxes are immoral. That's why I'll always be against tax increases and always for tax cuts. I want to reiterate that what we're advocating for isn't a tax cut, and anyone calling this a tax cut is being disingenuous. This is merely a tax equalization. And I'm going to skip all that because I respect the audience. I'm going to say, it was said in this meeting that it's okay for our taxes to increase as a result of higher property valuations because the city isn't immune from the impacts of inflation. To begin with, homes are not investments. They are actually liabilities, okay? Second, the city has a massive $35 million surplus. It does not need the money. Third, guys, just cut spending. My family has had to cut our spending as a result of inflation. My salary has not kept up. We don't have the luxury of leveraging violence to compel people to pay us money so we can continue to enjoy our previous spending habits. If we have to tighten our belts, I don't see why the city shouldn't have to as well. We've gotten creative to try to make ends meet, and I know that if we can do it, the city can too. I'll close by imploring City Council not to let personal conflicts affect the way they vote. I truly understand that that's easier said than done. I really do sympathize. As someone involved in who has been involved in multiple organizations and companies, I know that dealing with personal conflicts is difficult, and trying to separate that from official business can be exceedingly difficult. But I'm just asking that you vote according to what is right and what is just and to what aligns with your ideals, regardless of how someone else is voting or what they have proposed. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Agenda number 18, hear from a group representative regarding taxes and implications for city services. Ellen Nygaard, Friends of the Library. Okay, not seeing any movement. So agenda item number 19, hear from a citizen regarding the increased tax rate proposed for Lynchburg City. Karen Jacobson. Okay. Agenda item number 20, hear from a citizen regarding taxes. Bill Hawkins. Please restate your name and locality of residence.
My name is Bill Hawkins. I am a resident and a homeowner here in Lynchburg, Virginia. By the way, I appreciate you asking about the other persons of the locality because I don't know where that address is. And I was curious to find out was he a resident of Lynchburg or not. So I appreciate you asking about that. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to thank you for letting me come up here, Mayor and Vice Mayor, rest of the council. The dais here, we have 6 Republicans and 1 Democrat. And the third bullet point in the Republican creed, it says that fiscal responsibility and budgetary restraints must be exercised at all levels of government. This is a mailer from 2022. On it has Marty Mission, Stephanie Reed, and Larry Taylor. On the front of it here, it says that they wanted your vote because taxes are too high. Now that means to me that taxes need to be cut because they're too high. Yet here we are, and we're talking about raising taxes all the time, trying to raise taxes. Well, I have a few questions here. Since we do have 6 Republicans and 1 Democrat, do you think that people voted for you so you would increase their taxes or decrease their taxes? And since we have 6 Republicans and 1 Democrat, do you think people voted for you so you would increase spending or decrease spending? Now, I know that if I have a problem and I have to repair my house, and I have a leak in my roof, what I do is I repair the roof. I don't tear the house down and build a new one, so I have a new roof. If my car breaks down, I don't go buy a new car, I get the car repaired. And so here in this city, it seems like what we do when we have a problem with the roof, we want to tear the house down and build a new one, especially when people told us we don't need a new house. Doesn't make much sense to me. The other thing I wanted to mention here, well, actually, it's just this. I'm going to just leave kind of quick here. All we expect you to do is to vote the way you said you would when we voted for you. Like a Republican, a fiscally responsible Republican. When a person does what they say they will do, we call that integrity. When they do not, they do the opposite.
Thank you. Item not on the agenda, hear from a citizen regarding a matter. Dave Henderson. Please restate your name and locality of residence.
Got that far. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Dave Henderson, Ward 2, downtown Lynchburg resident. I'm the owner and managing partner of Hen and Hound Management Company, owner of the Water Dog, and owner and managing partner of the Glass House. Our management company also manages Fratelli Italian Kitchen as well as Rooftop 7. I'm a city resident, my children go to Lynchburg City Schools, and I'm also one of the city's planning commissioners, and I sit on a number of local nonprofit boards that support our community. In light of the recent discourse, I thought I'd share with you a message I recently received, and no, it's not a voicemail. Hello, Mr. Henderson. Let me introduce myself. My name is Reggie Bennett, and I'm the mayor of Alta Vista. I'm sorry to hear about your frustration with your local government. We here at Alta Vista are growing and prospering. Our town council works together regardless of our background to be the public servants we're elected to be. We have a vision to grow our town and make it the best place to live, work, and play. I've heard those words before. Recently, we had a major manufacturer do a $37 million expansion. We are revitalizing our downtown district, which includes revamping our old Vista Theater and Leggett Building into a performing arts center. I like to think of it as a mini Academy of Music. We have 2 major housing projects about to begin that will bring about 500 new homes for families. We've had many local businesses expand, to which we have supported with monetary contributions. We have many private investors buying buildings and land anticipating future growth. I'd like to invite you or any business who would like to see what our town has to offer to come take a tour. We don't fight amongst ourselves. We work together to your success and the people who live here. If you'd like to have a tour, please contact me. How about that? If you think your behavior on city council isn't affecting business, you have no business on city council.
Thank you.
The next section is general business. It includes new items for discussion. Agenda item number 21, consideration of adopting an ordinance to set the real estate tax rate effective July 1, 2025. This item was previously discussed by council during recent work sessions.
May I have a motion? Yes. May I have a motion on the real estate
Mayor?
tax? Yes.
I'll make a motion to set the real estate tax rate at 76.7 cents, which is the equalization rate published in the assessment notices.
Second.
You want to speak to your motion?
Again, setting the real estate tax rate at the equalization rate is preventing a tax increase. That's what it is. It's not reducing taxes. It's not tax relief. It's preventing a tax increase. You know, we've heard inflation come up a lot tonight, right? And inflation is impacting the wallets of our citizens as well. but inflation has a number. And when I look at some of the information that was provided on the thumb drive given to us by city staff that took until about May to get all these budget request records that we looked for, still not even done going through it all, because it's somewhere in the ballpark of, don't quote me on this, 38 folders that contain 40 different subfolders with over 300 different documents and spreadsheets in them for each fiscal year. One of the things that I noticed is there's a lot of increases that are way beyond inflation. What I mean by that is, again, since we adopted the budget in 2024 for fiscal year 2024, which is the last budget that we know what actually happened, how much we received in revenue, how much we spent, that information is in there, detailed, how much we spent on each line item in every department. And when you look at how much we spent on these line items, if you were to just imply something normal like inflation, right, 4.85% since July 1, 2023, if we just applied that to everything that's not people and benefits and multiplied it by 2 and rounded up to 10% and said, you know what, we're going to cap spending on these line items that aren't people, that aren't benefits, that aren't examples of things that are essential, like a new K-9 being purchased for our police department, and you actually go down and you look through these line items and you say, you know what, we're going to cap spending on these line items at twice the rate of inflation since July 1, 2023. There's a lot of money to be saved there. And that's not a cut. That's us saying, you know what? Let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable and say, we understand things cost more for government. So we say, this is what you spent in 2024. We apply twice the rate of inflation to that and say, here's your inflationary increase, here's your cap, limit your spending inside this window. And there's even more information to be found when you look in the previous fiscal years, because you can start to look at where significant amounts of dollars were proposed for budget submissions that were adopted, and then the money was never spent. And then you can kind of see how it goes from year to year. One of the things we found out in the budget work sessions is there's apparently enough money left over in the fire department budget to purchase $700,000 worth of radios. It's great because we need the radios. But do we need to be operating to the point where we've got so much money left over? One of the things that I think propelled all of us up here, and when I say all of us, I mean all of us Republicans, is the surpluses that we used to have. The surpluses we used to have. The surplus coming in here when I got sworn in from the previous fiscal year was somewhere around $68 million left over at the end of the year, right? 68 million. That means that citizens were overtaxed. Yes, we got to have a surplus. We need to have more money left over at the end of the year than we take in and spend. We need to do that. We have policies for that. However, it shouldn't be that outrageous. The revenues continue to climb, even at equalization. There's a way to get this done where revenues increase, because revenues increase with equalization. There's additional revenues that could potentially increase, and by cutting spending. And it is, you know, quite frankly, I call it a compromise. I know we've heard that a lot. And the reason I call it a compromise is because we've got water rates and sewer rates going up. We got trash fees returning. Everybody's gonna have to start paying trash fees again. They've had 2 years of no trash fees. That's coming back. Nobody's fighting to kill that. We've got DMV license fees coming back. That's something that was waived for the last 2 years. So we've got all these taxes and fees that are either increasing or being restored that were waived. We're not ratioing the personal property tax on vehicles anymore. You know, I think that we can get it done. I don't just think it, I know we can get it done. It's, are we willing to roll up our sleeves and do the work? It's that simple. Are we willing to roll up our sleeves and do the work? I'm willing to do it. And if somebody proves me wrong and says we can't do it, okay, back to the drawing board. But the one thing that has not been proposed and brought to us was any reductions in spending. And I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about non-personnel, non-benefit spending, reducing there, right? One of the things that was mentioned tonight by a speaker, and I can't remember who it was because we heard from a lot of folks, was the median income in Lynchburg is $56,000. That's the median household income, okay? The median income of a city employee, a single city employee, is, I think, with the 3% increase that's proposed, over $60,000. So when I look at that and I look at our citizens have a median income for a household of $56,000, but the median income for a city employee, which there's nothing wrong with earning your money, for one single person is over $60,000, but then we're fighting to, and I'm not, maybe we're not fighting, but we're debating to, you know, prioritizing a 3% increase for city staff. You know, that kind of rings hollow for me, because the citizens, right? That's who we work for. We don't work for city staff. Now, there are ways that we can prioritize things. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a non-starter for me when it comes to eliminating the public safety pay progression plan. That's got to stay. And, you know, just today, when they gave us the managed vacancy report, over a dozen police officer vacancies right now. Vacancies in our fire department right now, which I think there's information that may be getting filled through a payroll thing. Vacancies in our dispatch center, right? There are needs in government, and we need to make sure we fund those needs. The same thing with our schools, right? I support making sure that we get the match across the board to pay our educators, because we've got a huge, I just learned that there's 14 or 15 teachers leaving EC Glass. Somebody told me that, right? We got to retain good teachers. We got to figure out how to keep them. And I think that's important as well. So I could keep going on and on about this, but I do believe that we can equalize this tax rate. We can pull a couple other levers. We can reduce some discretionary spending, and we can meet the priorities we need to meet. And I think we can also do it with getting the 3% salary increase for city staff across the board. I believe we can do that as well. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Speak to my second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll say it again, we can't tax ourselves into prosperity. You know, it's the idea that you can pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, which is a wonderful saying, but has never worked in reality. Taxing our citizens more and more will not bring us to a prosperous state. What has worked, and there is evidence that it's working, we've got a renaissance going on as far as development, as far as people renovating their homes, as far as people buying properties and flipping them and making profits, and businesses downtown growing. There's a reason why people are moving into Lynchburg and not Alta Vista. It's because Lynchburg is open for business. And we have had some really great tax policies that have made it very attractive for people to come here. And we're going to continue to do that. I know that. It just seems out of context that we all ran on this. Even as recently as last November, several of us up here said we wanted to go lower than equalization. Said it publicly, multiple times, lower. And of course, if you're following the drama that is Lynchburg City Council, you know I proposed 75 cents, lower than equalization. Didn't get a second, so it died. So I get it, Sterling. But that's what I told people I would do, and I did it. And I still think we could have done that. I still believe that that would have ended up with increased revenues and increased spending. And why we were presented with this huge budget, the largest tax increase in Lynchburg history recorded that we know of, when we all ran the other way, I still haven't figured that one out. It seems out of touch. And I want to try to remain in touch with the citizens in Ward 3. I know we can't tax ourselves into prosperity. What I do know is I requested specific information about the department budget request to the city staff. April 15th, tax day. Interesting. Tax day, I asked for it. You know when I got that information? I hate to say it, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but I got it at the last meeting. On the desk here, sitting on a memory stick. That's how long it took me to get the information I needed to make an informed decision about the budget. That's the information I needed to find the reductions in spending that Mr. Feraldi was grilling me on. I appreciate the question. I did answer the question. He may not have liked the answer, but the answer was, why do they keep asking for more and more? Why, these are the experts. Can't they find these reductions in spending? And then it hit me last week in the Citizens Academy that you saw us all take our picture. A lot of great citizens in there. And I'd say it was about 80-20 Democrat to Republican in that class, based on comments and things people said. But it was a great class, and I learned so much. And the last night, we got a presentation from city finance staff, and in that PowerPoint, there was a screen. Here's the way we deal with balancing the budget. Everybody knows, budget has to balance, right? Can't spend more than you take in, right? We all understand that state requires it, not a choice. So here's the screen. Here's how we deal with it. This is the way we get to a balanced budget. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, there's something just wrong about that. I'm not sure what it is. And they went to the next screen, and suddenly it hit me. And I raised my hand, and you know, the staff, city staff wasn't sure. It's a councilman, you know, I better be careful what I say. But I was trying to be nice about it. I said, can we go back to our screen? I said, I'm looking at your screen. Here's how we balance the budget. And I said, I'm noticing something that's missing from the 8 or 10 items that are on this screen. It's, you know, increased revenue, increased taxes. These are all the things that we can do to balance our budget. The thing that was noticeably absent was there was no line in there that said reduce spending. And so I pointed it out. I said, there's no line there that says reduce spending. Now, I said, every person in this room, all the students in this class, if we in our home, in our budget, private budgeting, have a reduction in our salary, our household income, like you said, we have ways of dealing with it. And I guarantee you, everybody in here is reduced spending. Everybody. I looked around because I figured some of the people would say, oh, no, that's not what no, we all do it. We all do it. We understand this. For some reason, when government folks balance budget, it's not even on their radar to reduce spending. So we can do it. I do have the information now, thankfully, after all this time. Thank you, staff, for getting it to me. There are ways that we can reduce spending, that we can make this budget balance. And I just guaranteed it earlier, we will increase the revenues and we will end up with more spending as well. So that's what happened last time. The sky didn't fall, the sun came out, we went on to live another day, and we will do so again. But government needs to learn what the rest of us know. Sometimes you gotta tighten your belt. And this is the time. I'm gonna keep my promises. I'm sorry, Ward 3, it's not gonna be lower. I'm gonna go for equalization because some people will pay more taxes even with that. That's everybody needs to understand. Let's be transparent here. Some people will pay more taxes with equalization. Some people will pay less. But the idea is at the end of the day, government gets the same revenues that they got previously. Now the reality is, like I said, every year that we measure, it's more. It's supposed to be equalization. But I mean, if your salary was equalized at the end of the year, you got more money than your salary, would you call that equalization? But that's what the way government thinks. they're going to get more money, and we're going to call it equalization. So it is what it is. Let's do what we said we'd do. Let's follow our conscience and keep our words. So that's what I'll do.
I'd like to make a substitute motion for 83 cents.
Second.
Because, again, the staff, we were at $1.11 earlier, and then it went to 89 cents. So I'm trying to do a compromise and say 83 cents. The staff continue to have struggles in balancing everything and trying to maintain the services and trying to give the city raises and things of that nature. So they're trying their best to do what they can. So that's why I'm trying to say we need to do something to compromise and do the 83 cents instead of going so low, equalizing that, do it 83 cents. Then we got to still figure out where the additional funds are coming from. Thank you.
And I'll speak to the second. At 83 cents, it's a tax reduction. It's a tax reduction. You're going from 89 down to 83 is a tax reduction. It's a tax reduction.
It's a rate reduction.
Rate reduction.
That's right. That's correct. Rate reduction.
Yes. Mr. Ferrari.
Sorry for the hour. That's partially why I grimaced the way I did. It's because you can only put a substitute motion once. I had intended to make it, it's written right here, so like, folks, like, I'm not lying. I mean, substitute motion to direct city staff to produce a budget for real estate equalization. Fine. Y'all want to have the conversation? Let's do it. Winter, I'm sorry. I sent you a message right when I had said this is what I'm going to do. Because I know you don't want to go down this path. You don't want to have a list. I don't either. But I don't know any other way to get there. That's what I was going to do. But see, now we're in a parliamentary quandary because you can only put one substitute motion forward. And that's also another reason I wrote it down, just in case.
Councilman Frawley, could you repeat that?
I wanted to make a substitute motion to direct city staff to produce a budget at equalization. I can't do
I
that
can
now.
withdraw my motion. Would that help?
It would.
I can withdraw my motion.
It hasn't been seconded, so are you in agreement, Mayor Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
If that is the will of my colleagues, I would make that as a motion.
Yes. State your motion, I'm sorry.
And I understand you may not support it in the end, but the motion is to direct city staff to produce a budget at equalized rate. That's the motion. That's my substitute motion on real estate. Yep. That's the motion.
I'll second, even though I'll second the motion, but again, our community needs to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Because we need to see what we're gonna get. You know, over the past 20 years, we have seen substantial growth in our community from downtown renovation projects, from Bedford Avenue. I grew up on Bedford Avenue projects, to see all the investment that have been made over the past 20 years. So we want to talk about prior leadership. All that growth has been from the past 20 years. So now we're going to see what's going to happen. Lynchburg, we're going to see what's going to happen, because I'm really concerned. I'm really concerned. I'm just trying to stop talking because I might say something I shouldn't say. I'm trying to be saved. But you're going to see what's going to happen, because it's, okay, I like to see what's going to look like. Thank you.
Mayor, I haven't been able to fully speak to it.
Hold on. And what is it?
Point of order is, the general business item on the agenda is consideration of adopting an ordinance to set the real estate tax rate effective July 1, 2025. And I don't believe that that is germane to the subject. It's, as highlighted in the comments and queries of council members, I think that, again, this is another attempt to potentially prevent us from doing the business at hand. The business is consideration of adopting an ordinance, not consideration of directing staff to produce a budget. The item of business at hand that's on the agenda, that's a duly called agenda item, that there was a motion and a second for is to adopt an ordinance. That's what it is. It's not to direct staff to develop a budget. It's not to it's not a discussion about real estate tax rates. It's consideration of adopting ordinance number 025-blank to set the real estate tax rate effective July 1. That's the agenda item at hand. That's the business we have before us, not kicking the can down the road again and preventing this with some other type of motion that doesn't affect that same outcome.
What do you say to Mr. Ferrari's,
I got to tell you, Mayor, I think it is germane. I mean, if council is at the point of considering, the equalization rate, it should want to see what the budget would look like as part of its discussion on setting the rate there. I think I would advise it would be in order to consider that as a substitute motion.
Point of order. That's not the agenda item. So I don't see, you've told me tonight that the rules don't matter. And you've allowed the rules to be broken.
Mayor, that is not.
And I want to, at least
That's not a
in
point
this
of order. He needs to
one
point to a number,
point of order,
itemized
I
rule
want
that
to
is a point of order.
stick with
If
our
you're such a man
rules.
of the rules, you know that
If
you must
it's
point to a
germane,
numeric
then
item
tell
in the
us what your
rules.
ordinance is.
Point to a numerical item in the rules
know
where
if you've
where it's being
recognized it. Did
broken.
you
Otherwise,
recognize
it's
it?
not a point of order.
So if it's germane, and you want to second a motion, then you would say, I would like to have a substitute motion that the ordinance say this rate. That would be germane. But taking it completely off the rails into another category and directing staff to create a budget, I mean, that's so far from the original motion. I don't know how you can, a straight face, tell me it's germane.
Mayor, can I please finally speak without being interrupted?
Vice Mayor,
It's a point of order, so he's got a rule on it.
It's not a point of order. You must identify an
I
itemized
made a point of
rule.
order. Yes, I did. Germane is. You want me to tell you what page it's on?
I'm not going to take legal advice from a photographer.
All right, that's also a point of order.
Mr. Ferrari was
Because you're
speaking
supposed to,
and you interrupt him. Go ahead and speak, Chris.
Here's where I'm coming from, guys.
how about a guy with an MBA?
Chris,
I've got an MA in business too.
I think my MA needs your
Mayor,
MBA.
I want to know where, from what has been proposed, and I'm being very particular with my wording, from what has been proposed, council would be willing to not do. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to submit. If you guys want to rope this in the parliamentary axle and try to find any way to have this vote tonight, you're actually going to get yourself into a position where you're not achieving your object. Because here's the reality. If you force the issue tonight, there are 4 votes right now to not bring it, to deny it. Maybe you want that, I don't know. But that means only the 4 of us can bring it back, not the 3 of you. You don't want that. If you truly want equalization, you don't want that outcome. Direct city staff, tell them, I want to see a budget. Put it in the record book, in the minutes, that there was a 7-0 vote to say to staff, let's see it. And if it keeps us on budget schedule, we can adopt it 2 weeks from now. And y'all can tell me what you're gonna pull. If it goes that direction, great. If I don't buy it, by all means. But here's, again, I'll conclude by saying this. It directs city staff to produce it. If you don't like it, you can try to tweak it. And at the end of the day, you know where I stand. Paying teachers more, non-negotiable. 60 million for schools, non-negotiable. Step increase for public safety, non-negotiable. Those are the things that I campaigned for, Mayor. And I would say that on my literature, it said that. Instead, what was shared here tonight was actually done without the approval of our former mayor. If you read the bottom of that fine print, it says paid for and authorized by Ms. for Lynchburg, not Reed for Lynchburg. She didn't authorize that. I know what I campaigned for. Let's direct it. Let's see it.
Mr. Mayor, you had a rule on my point of order. That guy. My point of order was very clear. That section 3-4, preservation of order, to rule motions in or out of order, including any motion not germane to the subject under discussion or patently offered for obstructive or dilatory purposes. If you're keeping us from voting on the ordinance on the rate, which is on the agenda, that's certainly obstructing the agenda. And when you reference my photography work, section D says, while a meeting of council is in session, all council members will treat one another with respect, courtesy, and exhibit appropriate decorum. Council members shall not insult, demean, or belittle one another or the city staff while a meeting of city council is in session. And I just, you've got a rule on my point of order.
And what was your point of order?
That this is not germane. We need to deal with the initial.
So you want to go back to the,
Yeah, it's a substitute that is not germane. You get a chance as the presiding officer to decide whether my point of order is in order, I just read it to you,
yes.
or not. And then you make that
Well,
decision and
well,
we'll go forward.
your point of order was to the equalization tax.
No, absolutely not. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the germaneness of the substitute that you seconded.
Matt?
That's
Go
not
ahead.
anywhere close to what his motion
I
was.
want to see if I can clarify this very simply and very quickly. I made a motion to set the rate of equalization.
Right.
Mr. Wilder made a motion to set the rate at 83 cents. It was a second,
Right.
right? Mr. Feraldi introduced what he had written down as his canned substitute motion that he said he couldn't introduce, that was not to set a rate, that was not germane to what the agenda item says, which is consideration of adopting an ordinance to set the real estate tax rate. And what I understand, consideration of adopting an ordinance, not consideration of directing staff, consideration of adopting an ordinance. And what I understand the point of order coming from the vice mayor as is that the motion that the new substitute motion is out of order because it is not germane, because it is intended to obstruct us from actually completing the business that is right here. Consideration of adopting an ordinance to set the real estate tax rate effective July 1, 2025.
Roland's motion was in order.
Yeah, that's correct.
I withdrew my motion.
I understand.
He withdrew his,
His was in order, though.
and it was second.
And it was.
It was second.
Okay. Let's vote on
No,
the,
you've got a rule on the point of order.
And we still haven't even debated, like, I haven't even had a chance to speak to the substitute motion yet, Mr.
Matt,
Mayor, what they're seeking from you is to make a ruling as to whether Councilman Feraldi's motion is germane to the original motion.
That is right.
I believe it pertained to the original motion.
Okay.
I believe. Now, what y'all believe might be different, but I believe he was in order.
That's right.
No, that's your rule.
That's my ruling.
So now,
That's my ruling.
now the substitute motion is on the table for discussion.
All right. Now we get to discuss the substitute. Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Marge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting the substitute motion, and I don't think the substitute motion should be supported. And the reason for that is because it's pretty clear. We should be adopting a rate, right? And, to direct some things that have been a challenge during this whole process is the responsiveness of staff with requests. Learned today from what Ms. Timmer said. She read the question about the pool, right? That was my question that I asked. about what's the price tag on the pool to fix the leak, not to renovate it. And I was told by staff, the only way to fix the leak is to tear out, demolish, and rebuild the entire pool for over $7 million. Yet the people that have redone the pool and the people that have maintained the pool and the people that have given quotes for rebuilding that pool have said very clearly that there are other options, that the pool doesn't need to be demolished and rebuilt. So to be very frank, trust has been broken. It's been broken. And for me to want to rely.
Point of order.
Point of order.
We're not supposed to disparage city staff and a city
Not
staff-
disparaging.
council.
These are
That is a
facts.
disparaging comment, and I think the mayor should rule on it.
Go for it.
You're saying city staff is being dishonest.
It's not what I said. I said trust has been broken. There's an email.
But you
There's,
basically
it's a
saying
fact.
They have been dishonest.
There are 2 documents in writing. They can be compared side by side.
Mr. Winder,
I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, but I'm giving him a chance to speak. You've been speaking all night.
Actually, I have been speaking less than most people tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Bender?
Just want to know an opportunity. Mike told me today that he has become aware of some things having to deal with the pool. I heard what Mrs. Timmer had said earlier about some information where that, and I thought if anything, Mr. White, because the trust that we want to, if broken, rebuild. And so I think this is an important moment here to ensure that, again, I do believe that with a sound and good heart, that we throughout this process have tried our best to give you the best information across the board, timely, expediently, and fully. And so this is one of those opportunities, I think, and I'm very cognizant of the hour, that trust is a big thing for me. And you know that, Mr. Miskins. So I want, if anything, Mr. White to have an opportunity to respond here, and it might require more, but I think this is a good opportunity now to have him respond, because I would hate for us to, we're already into tomorrow, and I would hate to go further into today without him having an opportunity to either reestablish, reconnect, afford, gird, whatever the proper word is, the trust that you talk about, Mr. White.
Mayor, within the realms of germaneness, conversations on a substitute motion need to be on whether or not to make it the substitute motion, not the basis of that. Does that make sense? So whatever Mr. White wants to say should only be considered if it becomes the primary motion. If we want to start to get parliamentary about this.
Still kind of
So-
have the floor, I think. I've just been. So the motion is to direct city staff, right? And I can't support that right now because of the things that I've learned and the way this process has played out. And it's not disparagement, it's just facts, right? When we've asked for information and it took a while to get it, some of this stuff, February. Councilmember Timmer asked for stuff in February. We didn't get it till
Mayor?
May.
Enough.
And
Point of order.
I've got.
Point
go
of
for it.
order, and I demand the mayor rule on this. This is disparaging the integrity of city staff, and I
These are
won't have it.
facts. This isn't disparagement. If
Rule
we're going
on
to
it.
hide from the facts.
Mayor, rule on it.
Then the
Rein him in.
citizens have zero ability to trust us if
I
we are going
trust
to hide
Winter
the
Benta
facts.
implicitly. I would trust him with my life. Mayor, rule on it.
Facts are facts, Mr. Mayor.
Let's not make accusations towards.
I'm not
city
making
staff.
accusations. Everything I'm talking about is
Let's not
documented.
do that.
It's in writing. It's in writing. It's all documented.
Rule on it.
And Mr. Mayor, I just ask that you would rule on his point of order so that we can move forward, please.
Well, I rule you out of order.
Okay?
Leave staff alone.
You have to state a reason.
That's,
Because to me, it seems belittling. Don't do that.
all right, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to leave it at this. We need to set a tax rate
Ms. Timmer.
We need to show our citizens what we're going to do. Are we going to increase their taxes or are we not? Who do we work for here? Do we work for the citizens or do we work for the staff? That's the question at hand.
Ms. Timmer.
Actually, I'm gonna yield back the floor for a moment. My comments are of a different nature, so I'm gonna withhold for a moment.
Thank you. Ms. Reed?
All right, I know it's getting late, and I'm just trying to get my words together, but I'm so sorry for some of the behaviors here tonight, and to try to argue that the reason why we don't want the staff to produce what the budget would look like at equalization, because all of a sudden we're putting doubt. We want to put additional doubt in people's mind about their credibility is ridiculous, and that's just insulting. And I just am so sorry that we're, again, trying to intimidate our workers here. There's a reason why people do not want you to see what the budget looks like at equalization. We've said this numerous times. The mayor has actually seen what the budget looks like at equalization. He has. I talked about this earlier. It takes away everything that's essential for the operation of our city. It's not all the extras that the fluff that you guys are indicating. It's not. It is promises that we campaigned on that y'all want to keep weaponizing. I campaigned for schools. I campaigned on education. It was smack dab in the middle of all my flyers that I did approve. And I have yet to deliver it because we didn't have the money in the prior budgets where we overly cut taxes without discussion. But I did cut taxes, which I delivered on. We delivered on. Which is why we have to have essential discussions before we do things like that, which we're doing right now. Which is why you don't cut the rate before you talk about the effect of it, which is what they don't want you to see. Which is why Mr. Feraldi's asking, show us what it looks like, because you need to see it before we make a decision that can have negative impacts for long term. So that is what the discussion is about. Before we vote on a rate, we need to see what it looks like. Yeah. That's all that's being asked here. And an additional 2 weeks to look at that and see. Call me next week. And then we look at that and we decide. But there's a reason. And trying to indicate that the staff's credibility is the reason why we shouldn't have that is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. And undeserved. They have busted their butts for months to get this budget in order. We have looked through things, we have scraped through things to find where extra money is, and we've produced some, but not $11.7 million, which is what will come off the table to get us to equalization from 89 cents. That's what we have to find.
Ms. Timmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the primary things that I campaigned on was being willing to stand up for the rights of people with whom I disagree. That is actually what I have felt has been largely lacking on the previous council, now the current council, and that largely has to do with free speech in areas of disagreement. There's a huge difference between disagreement and not being willing to work together. It's actually our job to disagree with each other and sharpen each other through the process. And it's really important to me that we remember that the ultimate judge of our behavior is the electorate. I can't take away Mr. Mischin's birthday. He's been censured twice. There's all this discussion about punishment for different council members and oh, it is. Happy birthday. There's all this discussion about punishment of members of council by other council members, and quite frankly, it hasn't added any value to the city discussion. And we're accountable to the electorate. When it comes to being able to state information, it is not to disparage anybody's intentions, but it does show a difference of opinion in how we approach the budget process. I can guarantee, and I very much enjoy Mr. Benda's company, but I can guarantee that we have very strong differences of opinion when it comes to the role of government and how you approach a budget. And that's just inevitable, and that tension's okay to be there, but it should be part of the discussion. Because the trajectory that I have seen as I look at council and as I look at the budget narrative is that and Mr. Feraldi has talked about the danger of the debt service in the city. There's been a push to extend the debt service with new projects in a way that forces an upward trajectory of the tax rate because of how it requires us to operate based on our financial policies. And so when I attend, and again, I'm the rookie here, but when I attended the budget retreat in January, it was doomsday. The sky was falling. We were not going to meet revenue projections, and we were going to have to cut. And that was the story. And then it was the budget one-on-one, and suddenly there was a miracle because the valuations increased so much, and there's the opportunity for a 16% increase. And so because of that, now we get to add all of these additional things to the budget and to the capital improvement plan that originally weren't going to be able to be there a couple months earlier because of a huge shift in those projections. And that's been a trend. That's been a trend with the city in government growth. That's a very common trend for government. And so the proposal for equalization is, again, there's still revenue growth, there's still spending increases, but it's to not continue the trajectory of spending to the point that it forces a future trajectory of continuation of increase. As far as the motion that's on the floor right now, I believe that it shifts the discussion from the taxation question to spending. It moves us from a zero-based budget approach that really we can't fully have and we don't have currently, but it moves us from the approach of what revenues do we have available to what all do we want, and then let's figure out the revenue on the back end. And I get that there's this question of what do you cut, how do you cut it? I think that that is a discussion that should come after. And the reason that I believe that is for some of the reasons that Mr. Missions was bringing forward that I do not believe was out of order. And it's, again, not to demean or to degrade anybody's intentions, but it is to note the fact that there have been opportunities for savings that have not been addressed or acknowledged that were not hard to find. They were not hard to find. Again, with the pool, I was told, and I have the memo, that it had to, and we'll chat. I know that there's, but there's opportunity to save money that has not been addressed, where there's a representation that something has to be torn down and rebuilt, and then with a little bit of digging, you find that there's at least a $7 million savings with refurbishing certain elements that extend the life 15 to 20 years. And so why don't we do that there and then be able to address the schools, address the priorities that we need to address where there is failing infrastructure that's again, we've all talked about it, it's neglected infrastructure for over 20 years. So I don't support the motion on the floor. I do believe that we should vote on the rate. I think it is valuable to vote on the rate. We keep pushing this down, and the budget discussion, the budget schedule has shifted a number of times. And so in rules proposals that I am bringing up as far as the conduct and processes of council, I will also be introducing an element that talks to the nature of the budget discussion to ensure that some of these timeframes are clarified moving forward.
Ms. Ferrari.
All I've heard tonight and of late is exactly that. There's a spending problem. Okay. So what are you going to pull? That's the question I want to know. That's the purpose of this motion. And if you want to do a list, I would love to know. All those in favor of the $2.5 million going to teachers? All those in favor going to public safety? All those in favor of 3% for city employees? All those in favor for 60 million for schools? What's the fear behind that? Then vote for it. Then vote for it. And if for some reason it is still not proposed to your liking, clearly there are some predetermined notions of where the spending should come from. I have yet to hear what that is. I hear it again. Oh, I finally have this information. Now I can make the decision. Now I can go with the equalization. What are y'all talking about? I want to be on the same page. Let's do it then. We should vote on this substitute motion. If it fails, let's move to the other one. But like I said before, I believe there's a political motivation behind all of this. No, see, and here we go again.
No, point of order. We're not here to discuss or insinuate other people's motives, Mr. Mayor. That was laid out clearly. It's in Robert's Rules of Order. That needs to end on this dais.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
I believe there's a political motive, and the motive is this.
He just completely ignored it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. If you'd actually listen to me, Marty, where I'm coming from is I'm trying to tell you, I believe there is a motive. I believe we can all get around all of our motives, whatever they might be, and put all of our personalities aside. And if we can show each other that there is a way to get there that we can all agree with, then why would you vote against this motion?
I'd like to address that.
I don't want it. Y'all can address it all you want. Let's vote and let's move on. I'll stay here all night long.
Let's,
Mr. Mayor.
go ahead. Because we need to vote on this motion and move on, but go ahead.
It's a question. There's two things here to consider. One is, who's driving this thing? Is it staff or is it the people elected by the citizens? That's one question, right? Who's driving this thing? And, you know, I said it loud and clear. There is plenty of stuff in the budget that is not people, that is not benefits, that can be capped at 10% of previous spending levels that will save a significant amount of money. And I'm happy to share it. I'm happy to show it. But you're going to need a while to read it because it's line item by line item all the way through. And I'm happy to share it. And you know what? You're not going to like it. I mean, you're not going to like it. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're not going to like it. But my interest, I'm saying staff in general, you're not going to like it. But my interest is the citizens first. And then after that, we need to think about the people who are providing the essential, this is something we've talked about before, essential mandated services. Public safety, fire, police, 911, teachers, right? And then we move on to public works, water resources, and so forth. The people that actually protect our community, the people that actually keep things moving, right? I mean, I think that there's money to be saved just looking at the way the finance budget proposal spreadsheets are. If we got a system that was more efficient, right? That would make it easier, that would make it less labor intensive to do this and probably even more accurate. You know, I've been asking for 2 years now about looking at departments that are cross-functional between Lynchburg City Schools and the city of Lynchburg and consolidating some of those departments. IT shares the same building. I think Jabri Poe has even mentioned that in a school board interview last year when he showed up, that we should combine IT between the city of Lynchburg and Lynchburg City Schools. They share the same building, right? They don't have a procurement department in Lynchburg City Schools. We do the procurement for them, if I remember correctly. Why are we not looking at finance? Combining finance between Lynchburg City Schools and the city of Lynchburg. That's how you do efficiency, right? Why are we not working together to save citizens dollars, to produce a product that works the best it can on the least amount possible? That's what they do in the private sector, and we can do it here. And I know we got some really smart people here that can figure out how to do it. But again, we can cap some of this spending that's discretionary, that's not people, that's not benefits. We can reevaluate some of those priorities. There's other levers that have been considered and looked at, like fund balance. There's a variety of different things. I mean, there's capital outlay in the operating budget right now, right? Why aren't we doing one-time funding for that instead of operating funds? Right? That's a question I have. Is there anything in the operating budget, anything else that could be a one-time purchase that we could do with one-time funds? If that's the case, we don't need it in the operating budget. There's lots of things to look at, but this dialogue, like Ms. Timmer mentioned, has been completely shut down. There's been no interest to go here, zero, right? And it's because the people you elected aren't in the driver's seat right now, right? And I'm concerned that if we go this route on the substitute motion, that we're just going to be told, oh, hands up, can't do it. Sky's going to fall. We got to take away health care from the retirees. We got to eliminate this department. We got to eliminate this position. We got to take away coverage for, I mean, the actual equalization thing that was discussed about what it looks like, I published a link with the budget folder on social media weeks ago, and that spreadsheet is in there for anybody to look at. It's been out there for weeks. It's in there. It's in what was provided to us. It's out there, right?
All right, we've spent enough time on this. Call for vote.
Initiating the vote for the
If I may,
substitution, sure.
the substitute motion was to direct staff.
All right. Initiating the vote.
All right, hold. You mean at the e-vote? I just did it. Your vote has already been cast for the last session. Oh, did you get it?
Yes. The motion passes 4-3.
Substitute motion now replaces the main motion. So if you all are ready to vote, you can vote on the new main motion, which is Councilman Fraldy's direction to city staff.
Let's vote.
All right, just 1 second while I record.
It's telling me I already voted.
I haven't submitted yet.
Okay.
All right, initiating the vote now.
I did it.
If you did the E.
I'll do it again, but I voted on it when it popped up on my screen. Hold on, let me just refresh.
Went through. Thank you.
You got it?
Yes. It's late and the computer is tired. The motion passes 4-3. Okay. Okay, next item. This is where,
Mayor, I would move that we table the lodging tax conversation to the next meeting.
Yes. May I have a motion?
Got to be voted on. That's not just a...
Yes.
Yeah, it's a motion.
Needs a second.
Need a second. Can I get a second for the lodging tax? Let's vote.
Well, there's discussion
Is
once
there-
there's a motion and a
Yes.
second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Discussion.
People have made the motion.
Mayor, before the discussion begins, again, we're in kind of a strange procedural standpoint as it relates to whether or not we need a public hearing because the previous ordinance was voted down.
Boom.
And Mayor, if I may, we're now reconsidering it
Yes.
and then tabling it.
But it was voted down.
And now we're reconsidering it and we're tabling it.
So
So
The reconsideration was required. Everybody left after it was
we're
voted
going
down.
to have another public,
that's kind of what what direction?
Mayor, again,
Go ahead.
I would love to hear your input. In my experience working in the General Assembly, this happens all the time.
So council can take that position that we don't need another public hearing, but
I would not take that position.
it's,
Man,
it's a risky one because we're relying on parliamentary procedure versus the, I guess, whatever rate is proposed to be adopted as part of the tabled matter.
So, Mr. Mayor,
So we will have.
I'll make a substitute motion to Mr. Feraldi's motion, to postpone this indefinitely.
PBI.
I will make a substitute motion to postpone the lodging tax rate increase reconsideration indefinitely.
Second.
Speak to it.
I think the city attorney brings up a good point. I think that this gets us out of that quandary because it kills it, and then if we want to bring it back, we do it the right way, which is a new advertised public hearing and a new, same thing. I mean, that's we can't have 100 people in here, and some of these people are still here waiting to see what we do with the lodging tax. It's after midnight, and they're here,
Yes.
right? They employ people that live in our city, right? These people are here, they were here to advocate for that, and to do this reconsideration thing and then to table it, no. We either increase it or we kill it. We have got to stop playing games and kicking this stuff down the road, which is pretty much all that's happened with anything related to taxes tonight, right? That's all that's happened. And I want to make it crystal clear that it ain't coming from this side of the dais trying to kick a can down the road. From this side of the dais, we're trying to get things done and move forward and adopt a budget. From the other side of the dais, it's obstruction, delay, and kick the can down the road. And that's all there is to it. I didn't mention anybody individually, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor.
Okay.
I did want to offer this. So certainly, because staff has been directed now to bring back a budget at equalization,
Yes.
because we're dealing with this, a motion could be made to bring back an alternative rate for discussion. So it sounds like City Council didn't want the 12% and $10 per night per room fee, but there is an option to bring another rate back for discussion and to advertise that when you all
Not without withdrawing my substitute motion,
Which has been seconded.
which has been seconded.
Can I speak to my second?
Yes, go ahead. It's 1
I just
o'clock
want to
in the
commend
morning.
everybody. Y'all are the most hardcore group of people. And I want to be respectful to the fact that you've stayed this long. The idea that we're still talking about this at this time, I've tried multiple times to get the real estate tax rate on the agenda. I finally got it on the agenda, and now games have been played to pull it off the agenda. But ultimately, I cannot believe we're even doing this, but PBI, pass by indefinitely, General Assembly term you should be familiar with, is the best option so that you people can go home and know that that thing is not going to happen if we have anything to do with it. Now, that doesn't mean they can't bring it up another day, but hopefully they'll take a hint.
You done?
Yeah, you can have other people who want to speak against the motion.
Anybody want to speak against the motion?
This is the motion to indefinitely
It's
delay it,
Yes.
or suspend it? Yeah, no.
To kill it.
Oh, to kill it? Yeah, no, I'm good.
Doesn't, Mr. Mayor? Just to point to what the city attorney said, doesn't prevent somebody from bringing it back at a different rate, a different dollar amount. But what this does is this kills the 12.5%, $10 an increase proposal that was made. That's what this does. This kills making Lynchburg, New York City lodging tax rates. This kills balancing a bloated budget on the back of the lodging and tourism industry. That's what this kills. So it's very simple. You either want to balance a bloated budget on the back of one industry, or you want to keep playing games with these folks and keep dragging them along. And they've been here a long time tonight, and I appreciate their endurance. And I think that we just need to pass this one by. If somebody wants to come back with 8.5% or $1 increase or something like that, let them come back with that as a proposal, but let's kill this 12.5%, $10 monstrosity. That is completely unacceptable.
Point of order. What's the motion, appropriate motion?
So there's a substitute motion on the table to indefinitely postpone the motion to reconsider, or excuse me, the motion to table the reconsideration of the ordinance for the transient lodging tax that was moved, to after the real estate tax. So that's what's on the floor as a substitute motion.
Let's vote on the substitute motion.
All right, initiating the vote now.
And that's to take it off the table.
Lay on the table and just,
It's to postpone indefinitely.
yeah, postpone.
The motion passes 4-3.
All right, so the substitute motion is now the main motion on the floor as to postponing indefinitely the reconsideration of the 12% and $10 hotel tax.
If you're ready, I'll go ahead and get that motion. One moment. Initiating the vote now. The motion passes 5-2. All right, moving along. Agenda item number 22, this is the second reading, consideration of adopting ordinance O-25-037, approving the FY 2025 third quarter adjustments.
Motion to approve.
May I have a motion?
I just gave you one. Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, going to speak, any discussion? No discussion?
No discussion.
Okay, cast your votes.
All right, initiating the vote now. The motion passes 6-1. All right. Agenda item number 23, second reading, consideration of adopting ordinance O-25-039, amending the FY 2025 City Capital Projects Fund budget and appropriating $5,250,000 to create a fan experience project at the City of Lynchburg's Bank of the James Stadium in conjunction with the 2025 Hillcats franchise agreement.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion?
No additional comments?
Cast your votes.
Initiating the vote now. The motion passes 5-2.
Our next meeting is June 10th, 4 o'clock, second floor training room. Thank you.